Are there any public comment for closed session items only?
Nothing on email.
All right, nothing in the room. May we please have a roll call?
Yes, trustee Dickinson,
Here.
trustee Jackson Miller,
Here.
trustee Gray,
Here.
trustee Edmondson,
Present.
and you heard from trustee Donnelly that he would miss tonight.
All right, and the board is convening to closed session.
Yeah,
All right. Welcome, everybody. I'd like to call open session to order. May we start with the Pledge of Allegiance?
Okay, good evening, board and district employees. I'd like to present one of our fifth graders, Carson Weber from Miss Lowe's class. And Carson is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and read the mission statement. We might have an extra treat for us too, so Carson, it's your turn.
Please stand and place your heart on your hands. Oh wait, sorry. Please stand and place your hands on your heart. Ready? Begin. I flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, I will read the SoCal Union Elementary School District Mission Statement. Staff, students, parents, and the community help ensure that each child develops the skills and character necessary for lifelong achievements and responsible citizenship in a diverse world.
Nice.
Well, Carson, I would be wandering around the school last year and I'd hear guitar being played. And I could look around and there was Carson practicing his guitar as a fourth grader. And so he kept doing that. We wanted to encourage that. So we said, hey, Carson, how about you come and play at open house in May, which he did as a fourth grader. And I said, put your hat out, and you might make some money. And he did the same thing again at back to school night in September. And Ted Donnelly saw him and said, when it's your turn to do the pledge and mission, bring Carson because he's a great representative of our school and he is, but unfortunately Ted couldn't be here today, is that correct?
Go watch the video.
So Carson is going to play a song. So Carson, grab your guitar and get set up. And we'll keep encouraging him. He'll be at open house in May this year. And we have an arrangement where we split the proceeds from busking 80-20. And I told him as he gets better at his craft, he can keep up to 25%. All right, Carson.
This land is yours. This land is my land. From California to New York Island, from the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. As I was walking that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me that golden valley. This land was made for you and me. I rove and rambled and followed my footsteps to sparkling sands over diamond deserts, and all around me a voice was sounding. This land was made for you and me. When the sun came shining, I was strolling, and the wheat fields waving, and the dust clouds rolling. As the fog was lifting, a voice was chanting. This land was made for you and me. This land was made for you and me.
That was incredible.
Thank you.
Is that the first time we've been serenaded?
Come on.
We have a wonderful certificate that was written about you that I'm gonna read. I think Ms. Lowe probably wrote it. But no,
We worked on it.
you worked on it together. Okay. It is such a joy to have Carson Weber representing Main Street. Carson is an exceptionally creative and kind student, an outstanding artist, musician, and friend. His smile is contagious, and it has been a pleasure to watch him grow in confidence. Thoughtful and sensitive to the feelings of others, Carson consistently shows empathy and kindness towards his peers. During our back to school night, Carson bravely performed in front of parents and teachers, sharing his beautiful voice and impressive guitar skills. When faced with challenges, he perseveres and maintains a strong growth mindset. At school, Carson especially enjoys learning about science, and his curiosity and creativity shine through in everything he does. He also loves anime, reading it, drawing it, and watching it, and enjoys spending time outdoors with friends, especially jumping on his trampoline. Carson hopes to continue developing his musical talents and one day work at an aquarium, combining his love of science and the arts. We are so proud of his hard work, his positive attitude, and the wonderful person he is becoming. Congratulations. Maybe we could ask you a few questions before you go.
Yeah, sure. Of course.
How long have you been playing guitar?
About 2.5 years, maybe.
Wow. Very impressive.
What's your favorite song to listen to and what's your favorite song to play?
Probably Thinking Out Loud by Ed Sheeran.
Oh, good one. Yeah. Can you play that?
Right now?
Yeah. No. Well, sure.
Like, do you know how to play it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah, I
cool.
learned how to play it this year.
Great song. Right on.
Lona, thank you for playing that song. That song, I have a lot of really special memories of singing that song when I was a kid with my dad. It's such a wonderful song. That was really nice to hear. I heard that you like to spend time outdoors. Where's your favorite place to spend time outside?
Has to be my creek that my family owns, and because we get to go to it a lot at summer,
Uh-huh.
and I would go down and bring my wetsuit because the water's freezing. And then, yeah, it's just super fun.
By a lot to explore in there, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for playing for us. It was really special. I was wondering about your interest in working for the aquarium. Could you tell us about that?
Well, I've always loved going to the aquarium, just like I thought the music that they played was super cool, and seeing all the cute animals was super cool. But some of the aquariums that I went to have also kind of been getting me a bit overwhelmed because of the crowds that are at the aquarium. But luckily, most of the time we will go when it's not super crowded.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. The aquariums are a special place.
Yeah.
Especially when you can have less crowds. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we are so glad that you came to join us. So this certificate you can take home, and then we also have a gift card for you to Two Birds Gift Bookstore, which is a cute little bookstore on 41st down the end of 41st.
I love bookstores.
Plates, it's a very cute little spot. Yeah. So this is for you, and we have these fun little things. You can come pick one. Would it be okay if we got a picture with you and any family that's here? Yeah. Yeah.
Should I?
Thank you. No, you're good.
That'd be great. Yeah.
You
okay with that?
Yeah, just move this over.
Thank you. I was tearing up there. So sweet. All right, buddy.
You are the star. Front and
Yes.
center. You with it, or do you go? I'm sorry. We'll be behind you.
Yeah,
They get so big.
Yeah,
I agree.
On any of these.
Do
They're
you
also goodies.
want to put it?
There you go.
Yeah, that's very professional.
Hey, great job. You really made our board meeting special. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't hear that song a lot.
Yeah, that's the most.
Thank you. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you for being
Thank
here.
you so much. Thank you so much.
25? Thank you.
If anyone has someone's room in overflow, we have 2 more chairs in here.
Yeah.
Text your friend. All right. All right, now on to a little bit of business. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make the motion to adopt the agenda.
A second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Report out of closed session is there's nothing to report. May I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
I don't want to pull anything.
Right.
I want to highlight the fact, although trustee Donnelly's not here, I want to highlight the fact that one of the things in the consent agenda is the resolution in support of designating November as Homeless Youth Awareness Month. And I think we can all remember how passionately he spoke about
Yeah.
the issue and the importance of the resolution. So just reiterating that again, this year, how important it is. And by having it on the consent agenda in no way minimizes the value we place on the resolution.
Thank you for saying that, Amanda. May I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I'll make the motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Right, a second?
I'll second the motion.
All right. All right, so moving on to public communicate. Oh,
The roll call vote?
Roll call.
roll call, sorry, moving fast.
Trustee Edmondson.
Present.
Trustee Grace.
Aye.
Trustee Jackson Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Dickinson.
Present. The roll call.
Well, no, it's a roll call for the resolution. so it's an
resolution.
aye.
Oh, aye.
It's an aye or.
It's an
Oh, aye.
Roll call.
There's a roll call vote.
Good boy.
Roll call
What
vote.
happens when you've been to since the last meeting?
Okay. So, yeah, we're good.
We're good.
Okay, all right. All right, so now we're moving on to public communications. And I think that most people in the room are here for item 7B, that discussion. So public communications is anything not on the agenda. So I have one speaker with on the open agenda for something not on the agenda. So Marilyn, we'd love to hear from you. Oh, and I just have a statement to read before you start. Sorry.
Go ahead.
All right. Members of the audience are welcome to address the Board of Trustees during public communications regarding items not listed on the agenda. For items not on the agenda, we request that you fill out one of the forms available at the sign-in registration and submit it. 3 minutes may be allotted to each speaker and a maximum of 20 to each subject matter. The trustees cannot take action on these matters unless such matters are placed on a future agenda according to law. If the item is on the agenda, you will have the opportunity to speak at the time the agenda item is discussed. Please address the board president. These proceedings are video recorded. Board members shall hold the education of students above any partisan principle, group interest, or personal interest. Thank you.
Hi, Marilyn Garrett, retired teacher. I hold the education and health of students as a top priority. As a mother of a vaccine-injured child and having read extensively on vaccines, I have additional material to leave with you. This is titled Vaccine Mandates, Vaccine Choice. And as educators, we read, we research, we critique, we investigate, and we look at different sides of issues. This starts out, vaccine science is settled. Vaccine development and approval is free of corruption and conflict of interest. The evidence-based science on vaccine safety is unbiased and transparent. Really? Is it okay to question claims by the billion-dollar pharma industry, which enjoys liability exemption from harm caused by vaccines? Is it okay to investigate negligent government oversight of the vaccine industry and their media mouthpieces? The sad recent history of unquestioned faith in established corporate-driven science includes doctors and scientists promoting tobacco, DDT, asbestos, flame retardants, PCBs, and the herbicide Roundup until the evidence from dissenters became too apparent to deny and cover up. History shows us rather than suppressing or vilifying critics of pharma-promoted vaccines, it is important to question and investigate. There are serious evidence-based reasons to question vaccine safety. First, vaccine manufacturers are exempt from legal liability for harm, disability, or death from vaccines based on the 1986 National Children's Vaccine Injury Act. And until August 2025, the PrEP Act shielded producers from COVID vaccine damage. Are you aware? This shielding of vaccine producers affects the scientific due diligence needed to assure the safety and health of our children. See also Facts 2025 by Dr. Paul Thomas. There's a lot of conflict of interest, and many vaccine ingredients in vaccines are determined by numerous researchers to be toxic.
That's time.
Okay, I'll leave you with this. And this was actually compiled by my sister, Paula Orloff, who is a retired college instructor and grandmother. Very well researched. Okay, please take one and pass the rest on. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And that's it for public. Any, do we have any public comment on email for things not on the agenda?
No.
All right. So moving on to standing reports. Superintendent, would you like to start us off?
Given the robust nature of tonight's agenda, I defer my report.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Same here.
Okay. All right. SEA.
It's me.
Yes.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
So for Soka Elementary, the career speakers are coming Wednesday, October 22nd to every classroom. The Friday PBIS assemblies are fun. Kindergarten is learning about pumpkins and excited for pumpkin patch field trips. First grade is doing buddies with the DLI cohort to help build community, a concern that we've had. So that was a fun way to do that. Second grade started walk safe field trips around the neighborhood, which is super fun to see little kids learning how to move safely through our neighborhood. Third grade classes are learning the thriller dance. Thanks, Ashley. And fourth grade is looking forward to visiting the aquarium. And fifth grade is starting to prep for science camp. ELOP is going well, and Alice in Wonderland is starting to come to life. Fourth grade at Main Street is enjoying their field trips to Rancho del Oso, where they are taking hikes through the marsh and estuary. They also took a hike through the burn scar of Sisu fire, where they learned about the importance of fire for the soil and plant regeneration. Third grade has started their coast study the Central Coast and look forward to upcoming field trips to the Natural History Museum. Next week, Main Street will host a series of parent visitors coming to share about their careers for Career Cafe Week. FOMS has been working hard on Main Street's Drive for School fundraiser, which helps fund so many great enrichment opportunities at their school. So buy your tickets for a chance to win the prizes now. Santa Cruz Gardens has been enjoying the beautiful Chaminade trails in the warm autumn weather. The second grade class and their fifth grade big buddies took a buddy hike together last week. Second and third graders will be visiting the Monterey Bay Aquarium later this month. Santa Cruz Gardens is preparing for a Sage Hype Week in November, which is a fun week of celebrating and exploring the unique gardens and native plants of their school. The character trait of the month is empathy, and they are practicing looking for empathy action on campus. Santa Cruz Garden also enjoyed the video featuring our students at the last character assembly. SC also supports Santa Cruz Garden families that are here tonight. The sixth grade humanities at New Brighton want to give a shout out to John Said and Steve Cartwright. Did I say that right? Said, thank you. And Steve Cartwright over at maintenance. They took Mr. Ryberg's suggestion to upcycle the trimmings from the soccer field and got a big glow up for the area between room 1 and the band room. Students are stoked. Students also enjoyed bringing food in to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month last month in our sixth grade humanities classes. New Brighton hopes the board continues to resist what is going on at the national level, especially with those negatively impacting education and our immigrant and marginalized communities.
Great. Thank you so much. We always appreciate your robust updates. Yeah.
problem.
Yes. Updates from CSEA? Yeah.
Enrique Domo, don't have anything to report. We will be having a meeting next week, but I just wanted to go to this meeting first so I can give them an update on what's going on in the district community.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Update on the bond projects.
Good evening, everyone. I'll attempt to be brief. Thanks for coming out for tour of the field this earlier today. We have 16 days till we're complete. Surfacing of the track started today with some prep work, but they'll pour the first coat. It's a 3-coat system, then striping. So that's not going to hold us up. We did lose a couple days because of the rain. And so there's that. We have a punch list walk on the 27th, Monday, the 27th. So that's the district engineers, architect, contractors walk everything and look for nitpick it to death. Every little piece of concrete that shouldn't be on that fencing and just to get it tight as can be. Can Construction's been doing what they call pre-punch for about the last 3 weeks. So a lot of that stuff's getting taken care of already. And we're still set for completion on Halloween. So that's exciting. So Enrique can start using that field for soccer.
It looks ready right now.
Right on cue, baby. Way to go. Way to go. Moving on to Measure P, we have a Measure P meeting every Wednesday. So we met today. We kind of break it into like 3, when it comes to construction, 3 big sections. So we have projects that are in place or are in progress. So those are the field projects at all the elementary schools. All 3 of those are at DSA. So now it's just waiting until they send them back to the architect with comments and things like that. We had a mandatory construction walk last Thursday. We had 5 general contractors show up and a handful of subcontractors show up, and we took them to all 3 sites, kind of showed them where we're doing fencing and where the fields are. So a lot of them have never been to the sites. So that's a good turnout. 5 is great. It's better than 1, right? So we're happy about that. Modernization projects is the next big thing we look at. So Soquel Elementary School, the historic building, is going to get reconfigured. And the 4050 wing at New Brighton is also going to get remodeled along with the library. And that's really exciting stuff. And our friends from Stacked will be here in about a month with lots of pretty pictures and stuff. So that's great. And then we have a list of small projects, such as fun stuff like the kitchen at Main Street Elementary School, the kitchen at Soquel Elementary School. They need new flooring, better storage, maybe moving a few things around so it just works better for flow and things like that. And the annex is on. There it is. The annex, the district office annex is what did we used to call that building? What did you call it?
It used to be called the fishbowl.
The fishbowl. Nice. The first time I heard that is today. So and that's an additional door at Main Street's office. So for security, so people can, the fence is there, they can come into the office and be released and go out another door and then get on campus. So, and we're gonna have to do the same thing at New Brighton, but that's a different project. Questions? Yeah, you guys got enough to do tonight. You know. Anyway, all right. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Yes.
Items from trustees? Anything to report?
I don't have anything to report.
Good to see you, man.
And Honor Ted, thank you for the art on the wall. I have nothing to report.
I just want to say I attended the Rainbow Conference a few weeks ago and Carissa was there, Callie was there, Scott was there. It's a wonderful event that the county puts on to support our LGBTQ students and youth. And it was great to have representation from our district, which is really supports all students to be themselves. So
Agreed. And I think one of the highlights is just seeing the students running around having so much fun at that conference. It's a really fun conference. All right. If that's all, then let's move on to presentations. So our 7A, discussion regarding spring 2025 California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or CASP, accountability data.
Great, thank you. As the board knows, every year our students take the CASP assessments if they are in grades 3 through 8 in this district. And so while we get individual student score reports earlier than now, the state does not publicly publish our school-wide data or statewide data until this time of year. So this is brand new. It was released just last week. So I'm going to give a brief presentation on some of those results. So just the quick objectives for this particular presentation. We're just going to review a little bit of the recently released CASP data by state, district, school, and grade level. And then we're going to talk about some observations we have, some trends that we see, some trends we don't see, and then some implications and next steps for our district. Just so people who aren't aware of what this is can be a little bit more aware. The CASP is an assessment. It's given by the state of California, and it is to take a look at students' performance in English language arts, math, and science in students in grades 3 through 8 in this district. And it's really an attempt for the state to take a look at accountability measures, but more importantly, it's important for us to be able to see what our students know and what they are yet to learn and help us to navigate our instruction. This assessment is a summative assessment, so it's just, 1 or 2 days for each assessment. And so really it's a snapshot in time. It does not give a picture of a whole child or what they're able to do in life, just an assessment. And it's given in the springtime. And it is a computer technology platform. Sorry, I'm so used to going on my brain, but it's really interesting because there's certain parts of this test that the students have. It's just a right or wrong. There's certain parts of this test where the students actually have to give long written responses. And so some of what's tested is stamina, attention, all of those kinds of things, and not just the content. So these are the levels that the students would show performance in. And so it starts with the standard not met, going up to standard exceeded. And so it gives us some information about what the student knows, but we drill down beyond what those scores will tell us. So I know the board likes to see how did our state do, and it helps to provide some kind of a comparison. So this slide shows an indication of how the state did last year, and that's on the left, and this year on the right. There are 2 boxes in each of those boxes. On the left side, you'll see English language arts, which is ELA, and on the right side, you'll see math. So the right side is 23-24, the right side is 24-25, and you'll see that there's slight differences in the scores, a slight uptick by 1% to 2%. In each of those, we of course want to always see something greater than that. But this is not something that is uncommon. So I think it's always good to see that more state perspective from year to year. This is still the state perspective, and this is science. And this was a little bit of a bigger gain, like 1.9%, but again, very marginal. So here we move on to our district results. Information that's really important to us as we plan for instruction. So again, on the left-hand side are the results from 23-24, and on the right side, 24-25. And again, this is a comparison of English language arts and mathematics. And what you'll see is just a slight uptick for us as well. Very similar to the state, just a marginal improvement in both of those over the course of the year. And some of this is predicted also by our iReady results that I share at the end of the school year. This is just drilling down a little bit, English language arts by grade. And so, what you'll see some differences, and the blue and the green are where we want students to be. Yellow is them progressing to where we want them to be, and the orange level is below grade level. And so we really want to be thinking about how to really reduce the orange and increase that blue and green. Anything in the blue and green is something that's important to take a look at. The blue is exceeding the standard, right? And so these are students who are doing past their grade level. The green is what we're shooting for. If they're in the blue, that's fantastic. And you'll see some swings from grade level to grade level. And you'll see additional swings from school to school. And every group of students in any given class can be different. And their testing conditions can be different and all of that. But this is just a snapshot of each grade level throughout the district for English language arts. Then next slide is the same or similar type of comparison, but it is for mathematics. And you'll see some differences by grade level there as well. What we do notice in some of this data is that we can see, like in third grade and fourth grade, we have pretty high levels of growth there. And then a kind of a little swing to the negative in fifth grade, and a little swing to the negative in eighth grade. And some of our thinking on that I'll share at the end, but some of it has to do with it's my last year in this school and I'm kind of done here. So it's a lot about the testing conditions and a mental framework also. The next one just kind of breaks down some of the similar data points, but it allows us to see students over time. So if you look at this document, the top it says it's language arts. It's fifth graders last year. It's the fifth graders last year as they tested fifth grade, fourth grade, and third grade. So it gives us a kind of a detailed comparison of how students did over the course of 3 years. And of course, we want the number in the top two, the green and the blue, to get bigger, and the number in the yellow and the orange to get smaller. And so what we can see by looking at this change over time results diagram is that we do see some upswings in the blue and green for this particular cohort of students. And so that's what we want to see. I'm working on 2 screens. What we see here in mathematics is we do see the same group of students, fifth grade, fourth grade, and third grade. We do see some increases in their performance in fifth grade. But we do see a swing kind of down in the green. And so we're wondering about that. What we also do notice in this is that there's a little bit of an increase in the yellow and the orange for this particular group of students over time. It's kind of hard for me to see. There you go. I'm like, I want everybody to see it and I want to see it too, so I want to make sure that I'm in the right place. This should be the grade 8 detailed results, and so this would be last year's 8th graders as they tested in 8th grade, 7th grade, and 6th grade. And we're looking at some of this. One more.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've got my helper over there. And so what we do want to see is some of the same thing. We want to see some of the increases in the blue and the green. We don't see a huge increase in the blue. We see a little bit of a decline, but we see an increase in green. So green and blue are both good. We want to see those. What we also see is a big drop in the yellow, a slight uptick in the orange. And so we really want to ask ourselves, what's happening there? And again,
I realize we just got this information. When do you think you might have some extrapolated data or some thoughts on? I noticed the last 3 slides, the orange, the standards not met has grown in each slide from year to year, last year to, or 2022, 23 to 24.
yeah, we're doing a little bit of diving into each discrete standard on this, and we'll give you a much more detailed response to that. The other thing that we'll see is some more information as the dashboard is revealed, and the dashboard timing this year is like November, December. And we can really extrapolate a lot from that data as well. So I'll come back with another data presentation for the board that really kind of drills down into those areas, just like I do every year. So I know this is new and it's just finally official.
Yeah.
But it really does give us questions, right?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
You bet. And then I want to just move on to the next one. Should be mathematics, and students last year in 8th grade and then 7th grade the year before in 6th grade. And so we see some good trends in the blue, and we see some not so great trends in the orange. Again, something that we see, and Robert, you so nicely pointed it out in the last slide. We do see some of that growing orange. So what is that? Is that the reason for that? That was on that slide. Okay.
Yeah.
This slide is as another comparison slide. I know it seems like there's a lot of colors. What do the colors mean? What is she trying to show us? It's actually some similar data, and it's not just the 5th or 8th grade comparison group, but it's us tracking our students over time. And so what you'll be able to see is, like, if a student is in the yellow in 2025, you'll be able to see what their scores were in 2024 when they were in 4th grade, and 2023 when they were in 3rd grade. So it'll just kind of give you an indication of how groups of students are doing over time. They're not tested on the same standards from year to year. It's just the same group of kids. And so, you know, it's another piece of data that.
And just to make sure I understand, this is met or exceeded.
Correct.
So we're following that band.
We're following that band. Yeah.
Diagonally.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. This graphic represents the same kind of information, but for mathematics. And there's one color that is not colored in correctly. It's the bottom row, 3rd to the right. There, it should be actually 2nd to the right should be like a royal blue color instead of the purple. But you'll be able to see the same types of data. One of the things that we are taking notice of in looking at this cross comparative data is that we have swings up and swings down, and it just kind of depends. And there's not really a logic that we can see in these at this moment until we drill down by standard. Okay, so this is some comparison data for us for science. And we can see that we had some growth in science last year. 3+ percentage points in science, which is actually something that we really like to be able to see more growth than we had in math and English language arts. And I would say one of the things that I will note, and I will note as many times as I can, is our scores in science as a district are so much higher than our state and local averages. This representation shows 23-24 broken down by 5th and 8th grade. And the reason that it's shown in that breakout kind of grade span, it's because those are the only two grades that students are assessed for science. And so when a student is assessed in science in 5th grade, they have to remember everything that they've learned in science up until 5th grade. In 8th grade, they are tested in everything that they learned up until 8th grade. So it's quite a lot to remember. One of the things that you'll see here is a really high level of growth, specifically for the 8th grade in science class this past year. Okay, so some just comparative data, ELA comparison, and this gives you some comparison from school to school. In the elementary for English language arts, and you'll be able to see there are some similarities. And again, I put the blue and the green breakdown at the bottom. It's really hard to tell by looking at the graphs on the top, trying to see where we have areas of growth or just kind of like, you know, stagnation. And then if you go to the next slide is the same type of comparison, but for math by school. And then the next slide will show similar for science by school. And this one includes science because it was tested in 8th grade. So we are always looking at our district at our subgroups, and that is something that we talk about very frequently, especially when we're addressing items under the LCAP, because it's intended to serve our marginalized populations. And so we did pick a few subgroups to highlight for the board on this evening's presentation. The first of which is we wanted to look at ability status. And so the left side represents last year's data, 23-24, and the right side is 24-25. And these are all students who have reported disabilities. And so we want to see if we're making growth with those students in English language arts and mathematics. And what we see is there's a slight decline in English language arts and a slight increase in mathematics. And so that's something that we'll continue to drill down into. And then the next one is Hispanic or Latina, and that's a large part of our population. And so what we do is we see an increase in English language arts and a small decrease in mathematics. And then the next slide is a graphic representing economic status. And so this is the data from 23, 24, and 24, 25 for socioeconomically disadvantaged students. And we see actually a slight uptake in both categories for this group of students. And then the next slide is if a student was ever classified as English learner. So these can be students who are new to being classified or long-term classified ELs. And we see some growth in English language arts and a little bit of a decline in mathematics.
Can you remind me, ever EL, does that also include students who've been reclassified?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm glad you asked that clarifying question, because the obligation of every school district is to watch students over the time, even after they've reclassified. So thank you for that question. So these are just some observations and possible implications and next steps. So, you know, we do still continue to see that we do outperform this state in the local, English language arts, math, and science. Although they're not the results we want to see yet, we still are above those. We also are above the county levels. Our overall scores went up marginally. But we do still see some gaps in performance. We see some gaps in subgroup areas and some grade level areas that we will drill down into as we look forward. We still have some predictable gaps. You know, we do know that our English learners, we do know that our Hispanic, Latina groups, our socioeconomic groups do not score as well as the general population. And so that's a place for us to continue to study and work to resolve. Some next steps for us, just really looking at analysis of the local data that we're collecting. We're collecting data right now through iReady, and there's also other multiple metrics. One of the areas that we're going to be looking at increasing our understanding is to do a student efficacy study in mathematics, to see how students see themselves as mathematicians, because that's something that is really, it's an untapped resource. It's really asking students to let us know how it feels to do math in school.
Have we done that before?
Nope.
Yeah, first time, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We do ask students every year how they feel in school, and we ask them about things that are easy or difficult, but this is going to be more specific towards mathematics. We're going to continue to shape our data talks. Every one of our schools does data talks multiple times every year. They look at all of the students, they look at the data for the students, we look at multiple metrics for those students in reading and mathematics specifically. And really kind of just using that information to broaden our understanding of how students are being served at the site level, because we know that their teachers and their principals are working really hard in those data talks to take a look at what to do to help our students succeed. Like I said, we're going to be using multiple measures to affirm data validity. So we really want to not just have like this one test be the only thing that we use to measure how students are doing in school, but really how they're feeling and how they're doing. And then we'll look at professional learning and areas for, for growth. Small group instruction especially is not as evident in upper grades or middle schools. And so really trying to think about how to support our teachers through professional learning with that, so they feel good about it. Looking at, really strong tier 2 strategies through MTSS and some of the other grants that we have. We're going to be looking at the assessment calendar, and this is something that came up a couple of times, and that is this past year we assessed science first at the middle school, and their scores grew markedly. So it's when our students tested, is there something to do with first test, best test? But we're going to really kind of think about those things. And we're also thinking about how that testing period looks like. Are we going to do field trips during that time or not? Are we going to keep it focus time or not? Because there are some things that can swing, kind of a child's focus or even a class focus.
Because CASP has a testing window, right? It's a month,
It's
3 weeks?
it's generally 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
And that's a very big span. And so, some school of thought is to say, like, just do a small bit every day. And then there's some schools of thought that say, like, let's just hit it hard and focus. I think that both can be true. I think both can be true depending on the age of student. It can depend on a lot of other factors. And so typically what we're asked to do is create the window much earlier on than we know how our students are going to feel and be at that time. And so I think we just need to be more flexible with, like, are we going to stick to this exact schedule? Or are we going to have to be more flexible with that?
Jessica, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to appreciate how much you say, like, these are snapshots. And I just want to add that our data meetings also involve our counselors that we really value, because talking about that, and so like when we're in our data talks, a lot of it is SEL and just overall factors, not just looking at the numbers.
Yeah.
So thank you for bringing that up. And I just wanted to add that part, that our counseling teams are rock solid to help with the data too.
They are, and I'm going to give a shout out to our EL specialists and our intervention specialists too, because all of the team made those work well. So thank you. And I didn't plant her, but our kids are whole humans, so this is really important to take seriously. And then just really increase, kind of some professional learning with the use of iReady and what capacities we have within there. There's lots of teacher tools in there. There's lots of ways to take a look at building students' skill base from the place that they are to the place we want them to go. And there's some really great mechanisms for us to track the success of students and the skill, growth of students using that platform. We're going to just, we're doubling down on some math expectation. We've chosen 3 big ones, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about those in my math presentation later tonight. And I feel really good about them. I think that they're going to make the results at the end of this year visible. And then just really continue to look at our EL/SPED proportionality questions, because that's something that we can continue to see a higher level of English learners in our SPED population than we would expect to find. So those are just some general observations and next steps.
Can I ask about the literacy materials? So we
Yes.
use the UFly phonics. Is that first or kinder through third?
We
And then-
use Haggerty in TK and K, and then goes into UFly.
To
and then
third.
To really second, and
Second.
sometimes third, depending.
And then what do we use if students still need more reading support?
So this year we purchased the newest version of the readers and writers components, actually, for third, fourth, and fifth grade teachers, and we were able to buy, they're kind of expensive, but we were able to buy one kit per grade level per school. Some schools have two. And it's supposed to be a year for us to take a look to see how they look across the district. Last year, they were piloted at SoCal Elementary. And so it'll be kind of like how we rolled out UFly and Haggerty. I would say there's probably not a lot of classrooms that you'll find in our district that are not using Haggerty and UFly like every single day. Because number one, it's showing growth for our students, and also they're small lessons that are very like teacher friendly, I think. I mean, I'm not saying they're easy, but they are pretty teacher friendly. So it's gonna be a little bit of that moving forward. I would expect, and this is just something for another day, there will be another English language arts adoption in a couple of years. And it's not usually the case where we have so many adoptions back to back, but some of the state dragging kind of their feet on some of the mathematics for a while, kind of stack this up like that. It does create some financial problems for districts to do so many adoptions over time, but there will be an English language arts adoption coming up in 27, 28.
Thank you.
Question.
Yeah, please.
What if any assessments do we have of some of our English learners in math in their native language?
So we can assess students through iReady in their native language if it is Spanish. It doesn't have like we don't have all of the languages, but there is a Spanish option, and we can assign the student that test if it's where we feel that they will perform better. It's not commonly used, but it can be used.
I'm just wondering if in general, the students perform better in Spanish than, so is some of what we're seeing in the data an effect of that? For math?
I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yes, and I think you would find that statewide.
All right. Thank you so much for a robust presentation. Any questions or comments from the board?
No, I mean, I appreciate that you brought up earlier that this is the initial taste of newly released data. We're gonna get a follow-up report with kind of a deeper dive, but I really appreciate getting both. So thank you.
I can open up to the public if you'd like to comment on this item, the CASP data. If anyone wants to comments or questions.
Also, anybody in the overflow room, I'm talking
Yeah,
to the camera.
if you're in the room, in the overflow room.
You're welcome to walk on over and make a comment on this item if you would like to.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that presentation. All right, does not need a motion. So sounds like no one else is coming. All right, so moving on to item 7B, discussion regarding school consolidation projected savings.
Right. So as most everybody knows, our district has experienced declining enrollment for several years. And it's really important that our board and our whole district leadership continuously examine that and see how we can maintain fiscal stability, which we've been able to do. And there's a continuing part of that at previous board meetings. Our board has taken a look at the gradual measures that we've done as a district to try to reduce expenditures. Because declining enrollment means declining revenues for an LCFF district like ours. And so we've tried a gradual approach, meaning that when possible, not backfilling positions, for example, capitalizing on attrition. So that means when somebody leaves, we don't backfill that position. We don't have to do something like a layoff, right? Or an extreme measure. And so we've really taken these kind of gradual approaches and not done anything extreme. And we've been able to maintain, we're still deficit spending, which is not ideal, but we have a positive budget, right? We're not in a state of a qualified or a negative budget, which is what the state calls districts budgets when they're in big trouble, right? We've been taking these gradual approaches. Another one, for example, is the amazing work that the student services team under Chris's leadership has done with SIBHI, which is where we're really working to lean into being able to be reimbursed from insurance companies, so that some of what was mentioned before, like our incredible counseling team, we have a very robust counseling team in our district. For a district under 1,500 students, to have 5 counselors, 2 at the middle school and 1 at each elementary school, is really something we should all be proud of, right? And so we take a look at that opportunity, and I would venture to say we're for the opportunity we've been given with that SIBHI grant, we're further ahead than most folks because of the work that's been done, boots on the ground with our staff. And I'm bringing that up to say this is a gradual approach. It's not a layoff. It's not a school closure. It's an intentionally gradual approach that we've taken. How can we maintain the services we have at our schools for our students in a way, you know, that we don't have to do one of these other extreme measures? All that being said, we also don't want to be a district or a leadership team that puts our head in the sand and don't have these challenging, courageous conversations, right? And so I know a lot of you are here for that tonight, and I'm personally really glad about that, because one thing that I've said is I know that some of these conversations happen in parking lots. We want it to happen in the boardroom, right? This is a board that really trusts the community and wants to hear the community. And even if it's a challenging and, you know, takes, you know, some intensity and some courage to have the conversation, we don't want to duck that and kick the can down the road and regret it years later. So that's kind of a little bit of background. Also, this is not an action item. This is a discussion item. That's a really important distinction for a board. And so nothing's going to be decided here tonight about school consolidation. And it's just a continuation of a discussion that we've started when it really started when a trustee asked me, like, well, maybe we should be considering some of these drastic measures. And I said, okay, let's put, what can a school district do, right? There's only a handful of things to do unless we have a magnificent donor who just wants to give us a bunch of money. So if you know anybody, please let us know. But there's only a few things we can do, right? So a district can try to pass a parcel tax to increase revenues, right? And our district has tried that in previous years and gotten really close. You have to have 2/3 voter approval to pass a parcel tax, 66.6%. And one of our most recent ones, we got 66.2%. And so those funds, I think I think we should all take a lot of pride that when we put that on the ballot, we said that money would go to arts, so before Prop 28, would go to music and art for students and salaries for staff. And a lot of times districts don't call that out. We thought it was important to call out because we believe that our community knows what a quality teaching and support staff we have and want to retain and recruit the best in our district, right? So parcel tax is one kind of extreme thing you can do outside of these gradual mechanisms that we've tried. Selling district property is another one that the board considered, not considered in a serious way, kind of just let's talk about it. And we did that at the previous board meeting. We kind of talked about the pros and cons of parcel taxes, the pros and cons of selling district property. You know, without getting in too far into the weeds of each one of those, like they're not making any more of coastal property, right? And we got to think generations down the road, not just short term, for example. So took a look at these, different kind of extreme measures, if you can call them, and really, had a broader discussion about our financial outlook and the challenge of declining enrollment. And so one of those items that we talked about, and we also kind of just very, very topically talked about district consolidation, right? Another conversation that I've heard in the 10 years that I've been here, like as a parking lot conversation off and on. And so the board allowed me to bring this, I think, to have the courage, like, let's have it right here in this room. It's thrown around like, why don't we combine with Live Oak, for example? And there's a lot of really complexities to that, right? Both financially and procedurally, from a voting and governmental level. And then the other one we kind of put on the table just to let's talk about it, let's knock it around a little bit, was school consolidation, often previously referred to as school closure. School consolidation is a good term. I mean, it's not just a verbiage thing, because it's really like taking a look at the elementary students we have. We have 925 elementary students in our school district, and saying, kind of like just thinking like if we were starting a school district from scratch, which I know we're not, and there's a lot more complexities, but if we were, like, how many schools would it take how many elementary schools to serve 925 students in a way that is efficient, right? And so that's why, like, we have 3 elementary schools, just kind of starting to even think about the idea, should we consolidate down to 2? No schools were predetermined, just asking that question. And so out of those 4 options, I asked the board, like, give me direction, give me and my staff direction on what we should do next. Should we put these things to bed and just continue down this gradual road that we've had good luck with? But is there a desire to do something more drastic? And so the one that they asked for just more information on, not to pursue, but just more information on the school consolidation. And so
As a start.
And so that's all that we're at. We're at, like, if this were a race, we haven't even taken a couple steps yet down the marathon. This is just asking the question. No action. Thanks for letting me do that long preface. And so the specific question that was asked is, we kind of gave some ballpark numbers. How much would it save? Right? And gave some ballpark numbers because that's the state that we're in. And the question was, like, let's get a little bit more line item on that from a budget perspective. What could it save? And I say could very intentionally. Like, this is not something that you really have a chance to narrow down to black and white at this stage. It's just like, let's have an approximation. So I worked with our CBO, Allison, and took a look at, none of this is final, but what could be if we consolidated down to 2 elementary schools instead of 3, what could possibly be some of the positions that we might be able to save on, right? And so those are listed there. Those are really tough things to put down, because in a district small as ours, it's hard not to put people and names to those positions. But we're kind of trained, like, first step on this, think of positions. And so if we were to consolidate, there'd be 1 less principal. There could be 1 less office manager. There could be 1 less administrative specialist. There could be 1 less counselor. There could be 1 less library specialist. There could be a couple less custodians. There's no certainty in this. Again, going back to how early we are and even talking about this, it's just a very broad approximation of, like, if you only have 2 elementary schools, you need 2 elementary principals, just as an example, right? And so the question was, give us a little bit more than a ballpark, understanding it's still an approximation. And so we had said between $600,000 and $700,000, and you can see our approximation is about $609,000. Again, it's really tough to put that on paper, but I'm glad we had the courage to do it, because I can't say for sure if we ever went down this road, we need 1 less counselor, for example. We'd still have the same number of students. They'd just be in fewer buildings, right? So there's no certainty in that, but we have to start somewhere. We had to put some line item in to start somewhere. And so we come up with that figure, $609,000. And then a question that's asked, which is very inexact, in terms of, you know, if part of this discussion is how could that better support recruiting and retaining our quality staff through salaries and helping with the drastic increase on insurance rates? You know, what might that look like at the table, so to speak? And so generally for a 1% raise across our district, this is that bottom part of that chart, takes about $175,000 for a 1% raise across the classified, certificated, and administrative units, right? And so if you take that $600,000 and divide it by 175,000, we had said it'd be in the ballpark of a 4% raise. And that's not a guarantee. That would all have to come out in discussion and negotiations process, but going through the exercise of like, what would that possibly equate to in terms of a raise across the all three units? It'd be about a 3.5 or 3.48% raise if we looked at it that way. So again, thank you for letting me kind of preface all of that. I think it's so important to have the context on this and where the board started with in this very broad vision, and just asking questions, just asking the tough questions, not making any rash decisions. So I'll stop there and see what kind of questions and comments the board has.
I'll throw it out there. I really appreciate you all showing up for this and everybody that's contacted us through email or phone calls or text or whatever, asking about this particular thing. I've had a number of great conversations, and everybody always kind of says the same thing, you know, don't just get in more information, you know, and I think just really stressing that's what my conversations with Scott have been about. And I think the board is just gathering information. You know, nobody wants to do the wrong thing. We just want to take the steps to be informed, at least I'm speaking for myself, before anything were to move forward. We just want to make sure that we have the right data to even, you know, take a ballpark shot at, you know, of what we would do and why it would happen. And I really appreciate the thought you guys put into this, Scott. I know it can't be, you know, there's nothing easy about a lot of these things. We're talking about people's lives and people's jobs, and, you know, we're very cognizant of all of that.
I don't have questions, but I have a lot of comments and I wrote them ahead of time, so bear with me.
What we're here for.
But,
Yeah.
right, we're here to have like an open, transparent conversation, and we asked, or at least some of us, we asked for the data and we got the data. And I think a lot of the things that I'm gonna say are things that are true for all of us, but I wanted to take the time to say, looking to me, first of all, in summary, looking at this dollar value, it's like, oh, no way, this doesn't make sense to me. And, you know, one thing is that every position listed as a cost saving, as we all know, is a human being who helps children, right? And you can't put a dollar on that. One less principal, counselor, office staffer, librarian, custodian, each one of those human beings has a real impact on our kids. And if we move our kids, if we consolidate and move our kids to a different school, they're going to have fewer touches and contacts from these caring individuals. And you alluded to that earlier, Scott. I'd be very, very concerned about adding 100 kids to a principal or a counselor's workload, for lack of a better term. And so I'm concerned about that. I think there are a lot of costs that it's hard at this point to put a dollar value on costs that would be incurred by a school closure. Thinking about transferring kids to another school away from their neighborhood, away from the community they've known, would undoubtedly interrupt some of their academic progress and their social development. I think that would be so difficult, especially for our younger students. The loss of specialized programs at any of our school sites, is another huge blow to the district, and I think that would impact enrollment. I think public perception around a school closure also really seriously impacts enrollment, and as we know, that affects our bottom line. I'm worried about reduced parental engagement. We kind of see what happens when kids go from elementary school to middle school, and sometimes that means some of it has to do with age, but some of it has to do with, getting into a different and bigger school community. I'm worried about that lack of connection. I'm worried about equity issues, further distance for transportation, getting kids to schools, loss of connection again with your smaller insular home community. Bear with me, I'm still going. Risks of unused school site being used by a competing agency or entity like a charter school or a private school, because we would have to think about what are we going to do with this physical space and how do we possibly recoup our investment. We're worried about what happens there. Risk of losing staff members, are incredibly valuable staff members who might take this, opportunity to consider going to another district. If I'm going to go to another school, maybe it's time to go to another district. I want to raise the point that our district and our voters supported passage of 2 bond measures over the last 10 years. And part of that, as an individual voter who lives in a school community, is assuming and believing what we put in our resolution for the bond is that that's going to be an investment in my local school building and my local school grounds. Some concerns that we want to make sure we keep that in mind. Thank you for listening to me for so long. Obviously, we want to talk about address the deficit spending. We want to talk about the fact that the presentation at our last meeting where we're teetering in the status between basic aid and LCFF funded, and it's basic aid, from what I understand, we really, really want to shore up our reserves. And so when we're talking about taking measures, I'm concerned. And again, I have the most respect for our staff and always come from wanting to make sure that any cost savings goes towards improving our staff's salaries and benefits. But we also, we're potentially talking about being concerned about our reserve amount if we're moving to basic aid. So it concerns me that this conversation is kind of hand in hand with conversations around where that money goes, because that's another conversation. So in summary, I think we're not at all a place where we want to consider something so drastic. I don't think this needs to be brought back for further discussion. I would like to see the fiscal prioritization team maybe reconvene and come up with some less drastic measures for us to consider. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you. Thank you. No, that was not for the likes. That's just, I wanted to share my piece, and it's a very sensitive topic, and so I needed to put my thoughts in writing. So thank you for bearing with me.
Well, I think that I can agree with you on all of the concerns about why we would close a school. And I think when we had our conversation at the last meeting, a lot of us were moving in that direction of saying we don't want to pursue this. And then we heard from some teachers and staff. There's a small, group of people who were here, but who said, reminded us of the really drastic economic situation that our teachers are in. And that I think we owe it to our teachers and staff to understand if SEA and CSEA are interested in this as a method for how we could increase salaries for our teachers and our staff. When I was looking at the rough numbers last time, I agreed. It doesn't look like significant enough savings to make such a drastic choice. And then we heard a counter view. So that's kind of where I am, is I would like to hear more from our SCA and our CSCA representatives on their take of this, because the reason that I would want to do this would be to raise salaries for the people who make our district run. But ultimately that would come to negotiations with SCA and CSCA. And so I would want to understand what their perspective even is going into something like this. But I don't see it as a method of, more broadly addressing our cost concerns or our expense concerns, or building up reserves. I would see it as a way to make it easier for our teachers and staff to continue to live and work in this community.
Yeah, a lot of great points, Amanda. I mean, closing a school is not something I think any district wants to do. There's such amazing things happening at all of our schools. But I guess I'm just thinking, of the study that we saw about the declining enrollment. I mean, I'm thinking of that study. I'm thinking of, I forget the percent that the healthcare is increased for our teachers. Was it like 33%?
It's huge.
It's huge. I'm thinking of, when we,
Debilitating for a lot of our teachers.
yeah, and I've seen comparisons of what other districts can offer teachers and what we offer teachers. And wouldn't, that hurts that we can't pay our teachers as much as other districts. So those things are also real. But I know what you mean. Every time I walk on one of our school campuses, they have a certain feel, and you just think, wow, amazing things are happening. This is part of us, is how it feels. I mean, it feels like cutting off an arm is what this discussion, which, and I also want to point out that I agree that even though these are things that could be cut if one school was closed, there's some things I wouldn't feel comfortable cutting. Like, for example, a counselor. I mean, if we're going to add more students to another school, I would want to keep that position. So therefore, I mean, that's a big number, $609,000. But as we pull out and custodians, we'd probably still need another position there. So then that shrinks that number. And then even that's just the numbers side, right? I mean, the like you're saying, the value of the people working with the students, those adults that care about students. The relationships are so important. I do want to say though that this is I'm happy that we're having this talk. I'm really happy that so many people have come to share their opinion, because this is not just a board decision. This is a community decision, a community discussion. And we're sitting in this seat because, we were voted into these positions because we're, a voice for you guys. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing what you have to say. And I love what Ariel said, getting some kind of an opinion from CSEA and SEA, if this is even an idea that sounds interesting, or if it sounds like not at all interesting. Yeah.
Scott, real quick, what was the minimum enrollment for a school, like, for example, Santa Cruz Gardens? What's the minimum enrollment?
No minimum enrollment. We have schools in our own county. Our sister district is in Mountain has just over 100 students. I don't know their exact enrollment, but we have small schools. There's no magic number out there. People will give you different opinions on that, but there's schools all across the state of all different sizes.
Great.
Clarifying question, just on the declining enrollment piece, because I want to make sure I understand. Sorry, Allison, I'm looking at you or Scott, right? But we had that presentation from the COE last month about teetering between the basic aid and the LTFF funding.
Let's add a layer of complexity.
Yeah, let's do that. That's
an appropriate layer.
But how much of a concern? Of course, we want to educate as many students as we possibly can. How much of a revenue concern is declining enrollment if we actually become basic aid?
So I'll take a crack at it. I'll ask Allison to fill in any gaps I may miss. It's the perfect question. I don't have a perfect answer to it. If we want to just take the hypothetical and you want to look at it, let's just say from a spreadsheet model. If you've only been in an LCFF district, which most districts in California are, the number of basic aid districts is really small. It's typically the districts you would think of in really affluent areas like a Saratoga, right? Like Carmel. Those are basic aid district. They have enough property tax income, right? Really expensive houses. And they don't need the additional state funding, so they keep that extra property tax above the state minimum. And so if you're in one of those districts, you know, if you're only looking at it from a spreadsheet model, right? And you're not thinking about school culture and the diversity of the school body population and everything. Yeah, fewer students is advantageous because if you're being funded by property tax income that's going up and you have fewer students to serve, what does that mean? More services for the fewer students. So yes, in a deep basic aid district, there is no advantage to increased enrollment. Which if you've only been in an LCFF district, it's like almost hard to even start wrapping your mind around because we live like the lifeblood of enrollment and monitoring it and saying that the level of revenues we have is directly tied to our enrollment. It's not in a basic aid district, so that might have been a kind of long-winded answer. Did I address it?
No, I think that was helpful, and I don't mean to like give anyone the impression that like
No,
we're teetering, right? Like
Yeah.
this is some weird dance we're gonna be doing for quite a while, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, and quite honestly, at the end of 24-25, our property tax shot up by 7.8%. And that is really what put us into the teetering. So if we see another increase like that by the end of this year, because like as they had said in the last presentation when the COE was here, is that the state and county like to be super conservative for P1 and P2. So when we get to that end of the year, when everything shores up, that's where we see our big increase. So if we see another big increase like that by the end of the year, we'll definitely be in basic aid.
The great unknown, right?
Right,
Like
yeah.
that's our best information right now, but it's a factor.
Yeah.
It's a factor in these big decisions.
And then how long, if we maintain that property tax level, stay in basic aid, or what becomes the calculus of, you know, the following year?
So it's that big formula of enrollment and so forth. So if the amount that we would receive for state funding would surpass what, you know, the amount for property tax, the threshold there, then we'd go back into LCFF. So if property tax keeps increasing like it has been, then we would probably, don't quote me, stay in basic aid.
And if our property tax stayed the same and our enrollment went down, we would probably also stay in basic aid.
Yeah.
And I introduced it or reintroduce it just because I'm from the perspective, like, I think there's big uncertainty there and changes coming up. So I don't see this as a time to to even move forward with such a big drastic consideration.
Yeah, there is definitely a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah.
Budgeting in general for a school district involves a lot of uncertainties. We
Yeah.
just have this whole extra layer now to monitor with teetering on basic aid.
But I also don't think it'd be prudent not to have these conversations and inform ourselves and do these things.
That's why we're here.
Any other questions or comments?
I just wanted to make the comment, there was the additional rough analysis that you did, Scott, about if we did the consolidation, it would reduce the number of combo classes,
Yes.
which is a benefit for teachers and students to have reduced combo classes. Don't know if that makes it enough,
Yeah,
but
thanks for bringing that up.
It's one of the other feedback points that we heard during our last discussion, that is helpful for instruction.
Yeah, given our current budgeting status, we have staffed very tightly, you know, our teachers will tell you that the classes are full and, you know, we are up to the compliant level of how we're allowed to staff, like in TK through 3 at 24 students to one teacher ratio across those grade levels. And so that has necessitated more combos. And to Ariel's point, across the district right now, we have 10 combination classes. Rough projection is if we consolidate it down to 2, because you don't have that cutoff where if you have, you know, 30 students, you put 24 in one class and you got to put the other 6 somewhere, right? You have a bigger batch of students. Advocating one way or the other, just looking at the numbers, as Ariel had said, it'd probably take the number of combos district-wide down from 10 to about 5 or 6. So yeah, looking at all vantage points. Yes.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the board? No? Okay. All right, so now we're gonna open up the questions and comments to the public. I have a order here if you filled out a form. I think the technical rules are 3 minutes per person, 20 minutes per topic, but we really want to hear you, so if it takes longer, then it takes longer.
I think the
And
3 minutes per person would be
we're
really
gonna,
helpful if
we're gonna keep.
tries to stick to that.
Yeah.
Just saying.
And if you're in the auxiliary room, we also want to hear from you. So after we go through the room, then we'll open it up to the other room. Mary Maletta.
All right. Good evening, board members. Before I begin, I want to thank you all for the difficult work you're doing. I know from personal experience, these fiscal challenges are heavy, and the very real possibility of closing a school is not a decision any of you take lightly. So thank you. And I also want to thank Amanda Jackson Miller, who has been a phenomenal representative for our Santa Cruz Gardens area. So thank you, Amanda. So my name is Mary, and I'm a proud member of the Santa Cruz Gardens community. By the time my youngest, who is in TK, graduates 5th grade, my family will have spent 18 consecutive years at the school. It might be a record, I don't know. And thanks to Principal Carlo Albano and our incredible teachers and staff, like I just love them so much. Santa Cruz Gardens is stronger than ever. And like that's something that I really want you to hear. It's easy to look at this issue, and it's necessary to look at this issue through the lens of numbers alone. But I invite each of you to truly spend a day at our school. Walk the halls, meet the teachers, meet our diverse student body, and just talk to the kids. And feel what the community feels like every day. I promise you that after seeing the magic of our school, you will never consider closing the special place. And hopefully it's never mentioned again. I come to you tonight from a place of collaboration and deep concern. As a parent, I know my voice may not shift the fiscal numbers, but I hope I can bring some humanity to this conversation. Because even the mention of closure erodes the culture and stability of our school community, and we've seen that for the past couple weeks. While it has never been explicitly stated, we all know that Santa Cruz Gardens, because of its enrollment numbers and its location, would be the first school on the chopping block. And I think we all just need to be honest about that. This isn't the first time in the last decade that I've been at the school that we've heard these rumblings. And we also know the financial argument. Closing Santa Cruz Gardens might save around $600,000 annually that we've been talking about. But combining our small school district with another, though complicated, could save far more, potentially hundreds of thousands. And that is something I hope we seriously look at. Those numbers matter, but so does the message and the optics and the long-term implications of closing one of the most diverse schools in this district and the county. At your last meeting, you talked about the need to think creatively about revenue. And I believe we can do that without dismantling a thriving school. Our district's attendance boundaries have 10 seconds?
Sorry.
My main parts. Our district's attendance boundaries have unintentionally created 3 very different elementary schools, one with greater wealth and privilege, and 2 that are more socioeconomically. Can someone give me their time? I didn't even get to my points. She said we had extra time.
No. She's
3, yeah, just
3 minutes per person.
Okay.
Not say extra time on that. Sorry, Mary.
Okay. All right. Well, I respectfully ask the board to consider redrawing attendance boundaries, place a moratorium on school closures, explore creative community-driven solutions, and commit to full financial transparency.
Thank you, Mary.
If anyone runs out of their time, it's fine for them to email us their comments, right? Like,
Yeah.
like later for us to make sure that we read, not to be read aloud.
Yeah. We would love if you emailed us that, Mary.
I didn't even get to my main point.
Go to the next. Please email us. We would love to read all your points. Jillian Ritter.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Turnbull, staff, community members. My name is Jillian Ritter. I want to start off tonight by thanking all of you for the work that you're doing. This is not an easy conversation. I have experienced similar situations and I understand what you're going through. I want to recognize that I'm here in two roles tonight. I am here as a representative of Santa Cruz County Supervisor Manu Koenig's office. I am staff for his office, and I do want to acknowledge that, given that the Soquel Union Elementary School district boundaries are squarely within the first district boundaries, any parent, any child, any family that's impacted by consolidation is also one of our constituents. So given that we are here, our office is here, and we encourage you to reach out as a thought partner, as a conduit for communication, or in any other capacity that you feel is appropriate. We'd love to talk. I'm also here as a parent. My son is a kindergartner at Santa Cruz Gardens Elementary. It's our second year at the school. So I'm here deeply concerned about our district's future. The enrollment report that you shared at previous meetings paints a clear picture. Our schools are shrinking, hard choices lie ahead. I want to highlight the numbers just for context. I don't know that everybody here is aware of the numbers. District-wide enrollment has already fallen by nearly 500 students since 2015. We're projected to lose another almost 300 students in the next 6 years. That's a 20% decline. By 2030, we'll be operating schools at only about 50% of their classroom capacity. At Santa Cruz Gardens Elementary specifically, enrollment's projected to decline from 212 students today to just 185 by 2030. That's almost a 13% decline, with utilization dropping to 43%. That means that more than half the classrooms could be sitting empty within a few years. Behind these numbers, though, are real families. Decisions about closures or consolidation, as you put it, or new parcel taxes must take into account equity, neighborhood identity, and the impact on working families who may not have the flexibility to deal with longer commutes or fewer resources. So my questions to you today, some of which you've already touched on, include what is the board's threshold for considering a school closure? How will the district include families
20 seconds.
in making the decision that before it feels inevitable? And if we pursue another parcel tax, what lessons have we learned from past failures that will help us succeed this time? We all want the same thing: thriving schools that give every child a fair chance. And the choices you make now about consolidation, revenue, and community engagement will determine the future of Soquel Union for years to come. Please make these decisions with transparency, equity, and the long-term needs of our kids at the center. Thank you.
Lauren Westerberg.
Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Turnbull. Thank you guys for giving us a chance to speak. We really appreciate it. My name is Lauren Westerberg, and I'm a parent at Santa Cruz Gardens Elementary. I appreciate the district's transparency as we discuss school consolidation and want to share a community perspective from a school that could be directly affected. Santa Cruz Gardens isn't just a campus, it's the heart of our neighborhood. Families walk to school every morning. Kids play safely after hours in the same fields their parents once did. Closing a school like SCG would fragment a community that's tightly woven around its local school. Voters approved the $73 million Measure P bond less than a year ago, with the expectation that it would modernize and improve all Soquel Union schools. If consolidation is on the table, the community deserves clarity on how those commitments align with any plans to close or repurpose campuses. Transparency around how Measure P funds will be used is essential to maintaining public trust and ensuring those improvements reach the students and neighborhoods they were meant to serve. I understand the district's financial pressures and support efforts to operate efficiently, but this is a district-wide structural enrollment decline, not a crisis caused by any one site. Because it's systemic, the solution must be strategic, not a targeted closure. Every campus serves a unique community and learning model. Keeping them open preserves access and gives the district flexibility as our enrollment cycles shift. Our community is ready to help. Many of us are eager to launch a district-wide education foundation to raise private and business support for programs, teacher grants, and enrichment across every campus. Combined with shared service efficiencies and creative partnerships, this could strengthen finances while keeping all schools open. My final ask is that the board commission a study on regional collaboration and community fundraising models alongside any consolidation analysis. Exploring every path, not just the one that closes a school, would honor the community spirit that defines Soquel Union, because ultimately keeping every neighborhood school open is the best way to cultivate knowledge, character, and equity, the very motto of this district, and the reason families choose Soquel Union. Closing a school is irreversible. Collaboration and innovation are not. Thank you so much for your time and commitment to our kids.
Molly Malone.
I won't be as eloquent. I wasn't planning to speak. I got pressured, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing to say. Speak up, because thank you for what you do. We all know that financial issues are huge in our state and country, and it doesn't really matter what should be. It's what it is. So I know that there are tough decisions to make, and it's a big responsibility to make these decisions. But I just wanted you to not make a decision before you knew some of us as individuals and as a community, because our school is an incredible place to learn, but it's really a great community. And I know you know that, but our teachers know us. We know each other. We go to the parking lot. If we don't know names, we know faces. The teachers not only know my second grader, they know my little guy who we're so excited and really hope he gets to be in TK with Kelly and Betty next year. So keep that in mind. My family needs that. I lost my notes here. Sorry. So we want to learn all the kids. We want that community. We know that having these positive role models and adults in kids' lives can can kind of protect them from those negative consequences of ACEs. We know that our community then is an invaluable contribution for them now and in the future. So the teachers and staff, all of them work so hard. We really have a gift, not just with them, but in our location itself. Recently, we got to go on a hike with my son's second grade class with their big buddies. We went right out the gate and we went into these trails in a redwood forest. And we all know that people learn better with access to nature. And so going out there in the scientific observation, they were counting banana slugs, and I think they got to 30. It was pretty amazing. We saw woodpeckers and we were plant variety. And it was the kindness that I was seeing with the relationships of these kids. I just wanted to call all the fourth grade parents and just say, your kids are amazing. You're doing a good job. So we so appreciate what everyone's doing for them. Our SAGE program, all the kids love it. So, we know that there are bigger values than just money. And we know you have to make the decisions on the money, but they're helping us raise thoughtful and conscientious kids who are going to take care of our planet. And not only that, but they are sharing the social emotional intelligence that they're learning at school with us. I'm so grateful. It would be a huge loss to us and an unnecessary increase to traffic going into Soquel.
20 seconds.
So thanks. We hope you'll consider more than just the potential financial savings in your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren?
Hello, everybody. My name is Lauren Junker, and I'm going to speak to you from the heart because I didn't type anything up. I walked up thinking someone should speak, and so we'll put my name on a list. So I am a Santa Cruz Gardens parent of a fourth grader. I'm also the girls lacrosse coach at Soquel High School, and as a volunteer, I go into schools in the county and teach lacrosse demos. This fall, I've been to Santa Cruz Gardens and Main Street in the Soquel School District. So when I think about the schools that I see, when I think about the schools, I see each as its own special community. Each has a special flair. Each has its own mission statement. Schools are children as individuals, not numbers or dollar signs. For my family, Santa Cruz Gardens is the place where my daughter found her community, neighbors to ride bikes to and from school with, those friends to cheer her on as she can now ride her bike all the way up the hill to the gardens. I'm sure that this idea would ring true for any student who walks or rides to their school, as all 3 of our elementary schools seem like a walk ride into school. For us, the principal, office manager, and librarian are all our neighbors. We have so many neighbors at the Santa Cruz Gardens so many neighbors that go to Santa Cruz Gardens, which has made my child's life very rich. If we close a school, what are we telling children? That their community doesn't matter? That their community costs too much for adults to figure out? If we uproot children and take them out of their community and put them into a new one, will that in fact help their actual learning? Are we telling kids that their education and well-being are not at the forefront? If we close Santa Cruz Gardens, my child loses the independence to ride to school on her own, loses the community that she has built through bike riding, because a 9-year-old riding down SoCal is way too much for any one parent to handle. I know there's never enough money to do everything we want to do, but please don't cut our children's communities. Find a different way to work the budget to keep our 3 schools open. That's it. Thank you.
Anna Beard.
Hi, thank you, everyone. And again, as everyone said, thank you for what you guys do for our kids and our school. So I'm gonna have you bear with me because I think this is gonna be really tough for me. I feel really deeply thankful for the Santa Cruz Gardens and the school. It is part of a community. I live in the gardens. And I think that I see something very unique, the culture, the learning environment that has been created under Ms. Albano is one that I wish I had as a child. This is a school that goes beyond traditional classrooms, offering hands-on experimental learning that sparks curiosity and joy. Our students have access to outdoor classroom where Ms. Jade engages our young leaders, fosters creativity, and shows them how to explore science while building those fundamental skills like spelling. I watched her firsthand. It was amazing. I volunteered for the first time. We baked bread, we made tomato sauce. It was amazing. It brought me a lot of joy. We have the beautiful nature trails that allow our kids to learn and explore ways that connect classroom lessons to the world around them. From the trail boxes and the guides that they created, which I think were amazing. You don't have often those opportunities to take those skills and really apply them. And they have done that, which really inspires confidence and curiosity in our kids. Both of my children came home thrilled when they got chosen for the green team. Yeah, like ecstatic. I mean, where else do you get that kind of, only in the gardens. And so they were both excited to learn and to contribute. I love that my kid gets so inspired to be a steward of the earth. Every time he sees trash, he picks it up. These experiences are guided by our educators that are deeply committed, not only to academic growth, but also to the social emotional development. The values they instill are preparing our children to thrive as compassionate, capable, and resilient individuals. For many students, especially those who don't, they don't always necessarily thrive in bigger schools. If we start to consolidate, put bigger class sizes, and we consolidate all these students into more what I would call traditional, conventional school, they may not thrive. I don't think it meets the needs of all children, particularly neurodivergent learners. I personally know families who have chosen to leave their assigned schools to find alternatives like charter schools, private schools, or homeschooling. Not because of the lack of commitment, but because of the system didn't adapt to their children's unique needs. While enrollment challenges are often framed around population trends, we also must consider that families are choosing their schools in search for environments that truly support their children. I know my child struggled
And if it wasn't for Mr. Albano and this school, he would not be thriving the way he has done. So I would say, rather than seeing this as a challenge, I hope that we can see this as an opportunity to preserve and expand the environment Santa Cruz Gardens has created by listening to the families and supporting their school. Okay.
Not a roll, I carry it.
So that's papers.
Okay.
I'd like to keep, or can we keep with papers, or how are we one by one, or?
Oh, that's all the papers?
Yeah.
So we should see if anybody in the
Yeah.
overflow. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, so as I'm speaking to the camera, sorry, it's kind of weird. So if you're in the overflow room and you would like to come make a public comment of no more than 3 minutes, if you can kind of just decide who's going to come first. Board president has made the decision. All that want to speak on this will have a chance to speak on this. So come on over if you would like.
Scott,
Yeah.
there is a delay, so.
Okay.
They don't know that.
They're just hearing that right now. You know what? I think I'll just walk over there.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah.
Oh,
The message was
Oh,
received,
all right.
yeah? Okay.
All right.
Got a little time to play.
Okay.
Thank you.
And if you don't mind stating your name.
Yeah,
Sorry, thank you.
name's Peter Swartz, proud parent of 3 kids, 2 kids at Santa Cruz Gardens right now, and a 4-month-old. I'm also the Home and School Club co-treasurer, and I understand, and I work in construction management and do a lot of budgeting myself. I understand this is a difficult decision. But just in doing some quick research before coming up here, I read some peer-reviewed papers, and there's a lot of evidence showing that there's actually a rise in per pupil cost when you consolidate districts and consolidate schools. So I think that's something you should consider, especially within the first 10 years after transition. It also discourages competition and educational diversity. I think people have spoke to our living classroom. There's the, dual immersion at one of the other campuses. And also smaller schools build community, as people have discussed. I have personal experience. I went to a high school that had 1,200 students, and then I moved to a different high school that had 2,000 in my grade. And I saw it firsthand how larger schools do not work for most students. It lowers your access to extracurriculars, lowers your access to a lot of enrichment activities, and it makes it difficult to make friends and keep in touch with them. You may have a class with someone 1 year and never see them again. I think as a member of the Home School Club, I've seen our community that does a lot of great and creative work to fundraise, to help fund stuff like the living classroom, to help with, field trip funding, teacher expense accounts, stuff like that. And I know our community, especially at Santa Cruz Gardens, is very dedicated to our students' education. I think with the recent parcel that passed for the campus improvements shows that our whole voting part of the district supports that as well. And I think we should consider alternate options. And also going, since I do a lot of budgeting myself, just want you to think past the high level budget of just administrative costs. You got to look at the cost of the facilities, how they'll be impacted, if you're going to need more classrooms.
About 20 seconds.
And that's about it. I'll relieve the rest of my time. So
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Keep them coming from the overflow room.
Hi, my name is Katie Wilson. Thank you so much for the opportunity for us to come and speak with you all. I'd like to really thank you, especially Amanda Miller, and the comments that you made earlier. I really resonated with me. What I'd like to say, I know that there were some comments about potentially, it would save some money, not that much in my opinion. And I really do appreciate some of the other conversations that were put forward. But I do feel that the combo classes actually do have a benefit to kids. They get to learn from the older kids. The younger kids get to learn, and the older kids get to be that resource and that, really present, a modeling skill that I think is so important for folks. And I know that, yes, it must be harder on teachers. There is that, but it just is an incredible thing that to see. My son was lucky to be in Miss Monica's second grade 1-2 combo, and that was a great experience for him. Really helped him move forward and as being a better model as a student. And I see that happening now, where he's trying to model some of that better behavior of the fifth graders. Additionally, I am a resident of the Santa Cruz Gardens neighborhood, and we have all voted to, those tax initiatives are important to us. And we want to make sure that that money is going to improve all of the schools for all of the children. And I think it's really important because our school does tend to serve children of lower socioeconomic background. And I think that's very important for us to acknowledge that for the hardship that would I'm sorry, I'm really nervous.
You're doing great. Yeah.
Would put forward for folks. So thank you. That's all I have to say. I'll have more to say, but I will say for now. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Any other folks in the overflow?
Somebody.
Okay.
She said more?
All right, there we go.
It's your turn.
So my name's Lindsay Stagnaro. My daughter's in second grade at Santa Cruz Gardens. I just wanted to talk on behalf of the teachers when we were in the room out there. A lot of the when you mentioned that you had talked to SEA members, that they were for possibly consolidating schools, and all of the teachers in there said that that was not something that they wanted, that it might increase the salary for some, but it would mean job loss for others. So I just wanted to plug them a little bit because they were all said they were too shy to come in. So thanks.
Yeah, and just for the record, I don't think it was, and I know you didn't say this, but SEA hasn't gone on the record like as a group. I think that it was a representative of SEA at a previous meeting that provided their perspective. So just, I don't want to inadvertently have SEA misrepresented.
Great.
Come on in.
So my name's Allison Duran, and I am the Home and School Club president. Thank you all for being here.
Thanks for doing that.
I'm going to come from a different perspective in that I'm part of the Live Oak School District, and we live over by the harbor, and we come to the gardens every day and have for the last 3 years. And I also have 2 other little daughters that are going to be future Dolphins. And I'm going to finish Mary's speech, but I just wanted you to know that we are not slated to go to this school. My husband grew up in this school district. I grew up going to Twin Lakes and Monte Vista, and I've learned that the Gardens is a super special spot. So picking up where Mary left off, our district's attendance boundaries have unintentionally created 3 very different elementary schools, one with greater wealth and privilege, and 2 that are more socioeconomically and ethically diverse. Every one of these schools has dedicated teachers and families, but only some reflect the true diversity of our community. That diversity should be celebrated and strengthened, not sacrificed. If enrollment is a concern, the solution is to strengthen and grow Santa Cruz Gardens, not weaken it. Redrawing boundaries, investing in programs that support our diverse student body, and ensuring equitable access can help attract and retain families. Strong, inclusive schools draw families in, and strong enrollment supports the budget. Equity must show up in how we draw boundaries, allocate resources, and make decisions that affect real children and families. So tonight, Mary and I and the rest of all of us ask the board this: redraw attendance boundaries to distribute students more fairly across the district. Place a moratorium on school closures until a full equity impact assessment is completed and community voices are meaningfully heard. Explore creativity, community-driven solutions to boost enrollment at Santa Cruz Gardens. Commit to a full financial transparency, show the real costs and savings of combining 2 small district offices versus closing a school. And as she mentioned earlier, consolidation at the district level could yield greater efficiency, the kind of efficiency that projects classrooms rather than eliminating them. Santa Cruz Gardens isn't just a school. It's a stabilizing force for families, a safe neighborhood hub, and one of the most socioeconomically and ethically diverse schools in this district. Closing it would just disrupt classrooms. It would tear at the fabric of a community that depends on it. Closing a diverse community-centered school is not an equity solution, it's an equity problem. Let's work together to strengthen and invest in Santa Cruz Gardens so that it remains thriving, inclusive, vibrant, and for years to come. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Callie Haley. I am the extensive support needs teacher at Santa Cruz Gardens Elementary School. We have been a part of the school for about 2 years now. I have been a teacher for 4 years. I've worked with special needs kids since I was in junior high school. So I'm 26 now. It's been a long time that I've worked with them. I know I'm very young, but I also have a very good kind of tell for places that can welcome our students. And this is the first place that I've ever been to that has welcomed in students that are in wheelchairs, that are visually impaired, and all of those things that are so important for our kids to see. Teachers welcome all of our students into their classrooms. They invite them to their parties. And my kids get to be a part of the general ed population. And like that is, you just can't match that. And so I think, I know I'm not well versed in all of these things, but I'm well versed in what I know with like the special needs community and just want to speak on behalf of them, that this school has supported them in millions of ways already. And I just would be so sad to see this close down and new kids coming in from other schools, not being able to be a part of this. We have our pre-K and K kids coming up, and they're so excited to come to Santa Cruz Gardens because parents are like, my kids are going to be welcomed there and they're wanted and they're actually included in things. And I can't say that for any other schools that I've seen, or a lot of that my coworkers, people that I've worked with have seen as well. So I just think it's a wonderful, inclusive environment for our students, and that we should really take a look at that. And for me, when I work with special needs kids, when I was a student, that's why I became a teacher. And so we have students in our school right now that are working with our students, and I definitely could see them becoming teachers at some point. So we need to take that in consideration as well. So thank you.
Is there anyone else that is coming?
I'd like to say something. First of all, I commend you for really listening to everybody. And thanks to all the parents and teachers who come out. I taught elementary school for 30 years. The last 20 of them were in Pajaro Valley schools, and I retired in 2000. I used to have a bumper sticker that said, "It will be a great day when the schools have all the money they need, and the Air Force has to have a bake sale to buy a bomber." We're in this framework of disproportionate money going to the military, to wars, to ICE Gestapo raids that are kidnapping and disappearing people of color. It's a terrifying time, and dismantling the Department of Education. And I was hearing of cuts to the schools, to disability, etc. So we're caught up, and we need to, it's like topsy-turvy. The money should be going to schools and to the benefit of people and to the health of the environment. And I just want to commend everyone here. And it reminded me when I taught what a pleasure it was, how enthusiastic and delightful the students were. And I taught farm worker children in Pajaro Valley. And consulting, having parent conferences provided so much insight, and all parents want a better life and a healthy environment for their kids. I would actually like to see all this wireless microwave technology replaced with either Ethernet and live people working with children, because this is classified as a possible carcinogen, this wireless radiation, by the World Health Organization. So thank you to everyone who comes out. I hope we can keep these schools open.
Ramona, could I ask you a favor? Just go over to the other room and ask. I just want to completely exhaust so nobody gets left out that wants an opportunity. We'll read our emails after that, right? Yep.
Okay, that's right. And Mary, I'm so glad that the second part of we got to hear that.
Yeah.
The timer, it's
Okay.
it's hard. It's teamwork. I know. I loved that. That was yeah.
All good? Anybody else in the room?
Anyone in this room would like to speak? Yeah, we'd love to take your
Hi, my name is Melinda Powers, and I'm also a parent at Santa Cruz Gardens. And I just wanted to make sure that it was very clear that when we talk about the Santa Cruz Gardens community and neighborhood, we're not just talking about the little top of the hill part, but we're talking about the entire community. And I don't live in that top part, but I feel like we're all a part of that. And I want to be very clear that within that is the enrolled apartments down below. It is what we were talking about before, the severely impact. I work in the developmentally disabled community as well, and so to see a classroom that is completely devoted and integrated into our school for children of all abilities has been one of the best parts of the learning opportunity for my child. To put alongside her friend group that I would have more naturally assumed would be her socioeconomic friend group, to put alongside those kids who she knows from all parts of the area, as well as kids in wheelchairs or who have different ways of communicating with her, has been, I think, one of the most important things that we can possibly teach our children. And then the other piece I just want to be clear about too within that is that to have a BIPOC, a non-white leader within our school, as an example of actual equity and inclusion, and just having a different way of looking at the world that we don't realize until we're in those shoes, I think is something that needs to be understood. And the impact of that not just makes it a special school for us, but also as far as optics of situation, where all of these dynamics are a part of it. And even if it is small, it is mighty. And that is something that we need to consider in all of this as well. Anyway, that was very last minute, but I just wanted to say that. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, if there's nothing else in the room.
There's
Basically, you're in.
Okay.
There are seats, if there are people who want to come in,
There's some seats in the room. Come on in.
There's two. We can throw together.
Okay.
All right, I'll start on the email. We ready for that?
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna read these as is, and so I'm not trying to interject any of my thoughts or anything. Yes,
We heard from this person.
we already heard from Laura Westerberg.
Yeah, sorry,
I didn't
know
That's okay.
No, great.
It's,
Cover your bases.
yeah.
All right. Next up
Yep.
is from Guido Cesari. Hope I got that name right. Strong opposition to proposed elementary school closure. To whom it may concern, I'm writing to express my deep disappointment upon learning that the board is considering the closure of an elementary school in our district as a cost-saving measure. Such a decision would have far-reaching negative consequences for students, families, and staff directly impacted, consequences that extend far beyond the intended financial savings. Closing a school disrupts the learning environments severs important community ties, and sends a disheartening message to the very people our educational system is meant to serve. It's difficult to see how this proposal aligns with the board's stated commitment that board members shall hold the education of students above any partisan principle, group interest, or personal interest from Board Bylaw 9200. Prioritizing financial gains over educational stability does not reflect putting students first. I urge the board to fully consider the broader implications of this potential decision and to explore alternative solutions that preserve the integrity and accessibility of our schools. I sincerely hope that school closure will not be pursued as a viable option. Next up, we have from Stanley Wilson. I am highly concerned and distraught at the suggestion that the district would consider closing any of our local elementary schools. The traffic currently at the intersection of Soquel and Porter and Main Streets in the morning would make it nearly impossible for anyone to get to and from school, with all the added car traffic that would need to move through the intersection should any of the schools close. Not to mention the monetary and time cost to parents regarding the commute. We are also going to see additional high-density housing introduced along Soquel Drive, which will potentially increase the need for school access, while at the same time adding to the impact on the traffic issues along the travel corridor. Additionally, the impact to local neighborhoods would be devastating both to property values and quality of life. We have several families in our neighborhood that enjoy walking and biking to school, whereas the proximity to other schools would take that away. Many families seek out Santa Cruz Gardens neighborhood based on that they have an award-winning school that has access to local trails and an amazing integrated SAGE program. Losing our neighborhood school would hurt our community and our property values. If there's any other way to save money or raise money to fill the gaps in funding, it would be greatly appreciated if we could, as a community, explore those options instead. Please consider the impact this will have on children as well. They have a community. They have built a very hard few years, and this mental toll on them losing the safety of their community school along with their friends would be heartbreaking. Mental health for their children should be kept in mind. I plead to the board and community, look at other cost-saving measures and fundraising possibilities before considering shuttering one of our beloved schools. And that's all on there. We had a few come in while we were talking. So, hello, I work for Stephen Cates Camp, and we rent schools during breaks. You can find more at this website. I would likely support camp and would be happy to answer questions, but next steps, if you're interested, would be set a meeting. I hope you would consider this opportunity to offset state funding and keep SCG open. That's where it's connected. Thank you for your consideration. Sorry, but that's from Shannon. Okay, this is from Laura Nolan. We love our schools. They are a vital part of our community. At the same time, I recognize the district is facing a difficult financial reality marked by declining enrollment, low COLA projections in the years ahead, and a limited reserve. At the last meeting, Ms. Warner and our county partners shared helpful information about basic aid, property tax disbursements, and the cash flow issues our district is likely to encounter under the community-funded, it's also basic aid model. I'd like to respectfully request further financial analysis to help guide the district's next step. Specifically, what is the projected shortfall? What is expected to occur? When is it expected to occur? Excuse me. What level of reserve will be needed to cover this gap? What cost savings will be required to build that reserve? Before considering any cost-saving measures, SUESD must have a more clear, comprehensive financial picture to guide these impactful decisions. I also want to underscore that something as devastating as closing a school, what Trustee Jackson Miller referred to as the nuclear option at the last board meeting, should be the very last option considered. Only after all avenues have been thoroughly exhausted. Respectfully, school consolidation should not be the starting point in discussions about cost-saving measures. Thank you to our board members for all you do. Your time, energy, and commitment to our schools are deeply appreciated. And I think I have one more. From Andrea Limas, very short one. Some of us parents like the combo classes and have found them to be a great way for our students to learn. Thank you. That's all.
All right. Well, it sounds like everyone was given a chance tonight. Thank you so much for sharing your hearts with us and your thoughts. I really appreciated just hearing from you guys and seeing your huge show of support. Like Superintendent Turnbull started off, we are not making any decisions. I think you heard from us that, you know, this is not something that we want to do. We are just trying to look at, you know, the viability of our district and how do we support the teachers that we have, and give them everything that we can. This is also an ongoing conversation. One of the other things that we're looking at is district consolidation. So that's another thing that we're looking at. And please, if you have more comments in the future, send them our way. This really is we're a very community-oriented board and we want to hear from you. Would anybody else like to say something?
You know, I always like to say something. I wrote a note when everyone was talking, like, you are all so brave and so generous. You're brave to come to and speak in public meetings. It's not easy for most of us to do that. It was incredibly generous to hear about something so devastating and come to us and offer thought partnership, collaboration, like,
yeah,
you know, innovative ideas, like that's community, right? That's who we are. And so I know this is not an action item. We came here asking for information. We got information. I am hoping that after having this conversation and feeling the pulse, we now move on towards looking at other options to explore. We had a conversation here. We're not taking action. Not taking action. I feel like we heard some good information. What else is there? And thank you to all the people who offered ideas of exploring parcel tax, a community foundation for our district. That's something I was like hoping to do 20 years ago, you know, never got to it, but great. I'll stop now.
Yeah, I'd like to second that I heard a lot of really good ideas and I'm just so impressed by the community feeling of where we all come together to support our students and our families. So thank you, everybody. I mean, I made a list of notes. And if anybody wants to send us something they wrote, we'd love to read that too. So please send that our way. Anything else? No.
I'll just say one thing I heard from everybody was transparency, and I think you see that up here with all of us. I mean, we respect you, you know, it's you know, these are just conversations, but we want to be transparent. We want to hear your voices. And I echo what Callie said with you guys being brave and coming up here and speaking, and because that's what it's all about. We're your community too. You know, we all live here and my kids grew up in these same schools. You know, I think your sentiments are really reflected in the board as well, and we'll always be transparent. So.
Yeah, I think you really brought, I think you really brought the Santa Cruz Gardens community to life. I mean, we've all visited and we all know the wonder and specialness that is Santa Cruz Gardens, but hearing from all of you was just a next level of really bringing that specialness to life. So I really appreciate all of you who came out to share that.
If I may paraphrase, I think what I heard is we are not going to bring more information. And I know this is not an action item. It's a kind of direction to give to me so I can work with my staff. Don't want further information on school consolidation. I think maybe I heard to bring more deeper information on the process for district consolidation. I'm just kind of looking for that general direction from the board, whether to pursue that or not. So am I correct? We don't want further information on school consolidation? I'm looking at just again, it's not an action item.
Yeah.
It's just I'm just asking.
I wanted to know. Yeah, I was interested in the number, and there it is. And yeah, I'm interested in learning about what's the process of district consolidation, and then the other district has to be willing. So who are our neighbors, and would that benefit them?
Bring more information.
One of the other suggestions was redistricting the students that we do have in our schools, and maybe there's a way to, without too much inconvenience to the parents and kids who do go to the, you know, if that's an option. I heard that was one of the things that was brought up too. So, let's consider everything.
Yes, and so as board president said, it's an ongoing conversation with some specificity, like at the last meeting, kind of gave me direction to bring more information about school consolidation. So as a next step, not putting any of those away for good, but as a next step, is it district consolidation? To
Yes.
bring more information on?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, although I do think that we heard at our last meeting that I would ask for information, but I think we heard, like, from a realistic standpoint, it is very improbable, so I would just ask that it not take a disproportionate amount of your time and energy, if that
Yes,
makes sense,
yes.
right? Like, I want us to have the information, I want it to be transparent information, but we talked about it a little bit last time, and it sounds like there are so many barriers, kind of like, the idea that I had, like, can't we just sell some property? Okay, learned, no, actually, you can't just sell some property, there are a lot of barriers there.
We're asking
so-
the right questions.
So,
Yes.
yeah, and then, Robert, thanks for bringing up the idea of looking at our attendance boundaries. Like, I don't know that that's a cost saving measure. I don't know about that. That's something to consider at some point in the future, for sure.
For
The
some other right
equity
reason.
perspective,
Yeah, yeah.
other good reasons, but maybe not tied in with the budget.
Copy that.
Yeah, I think we do want to hear more about the district consolidation, but I think we also have to recognize that that would be at earliest 5-year, but it's probably more like a 10-year. So it's something for us to be thinking about and aware of what the steps are and all of that, but it's not in the realm of addressing any of our immediate needs.
The nuclear option.
Right, I have my marching orders. Thank you.
All right. All right, thanks, everybody. We're gonna continue on with the agenda. But we know. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Have a good night. Thanks.
I'm standing up for math. Okay, I'm not going anywhere. Not for math. too.
Literally and figuratively.
All right, should we move on or should we, yeah, okay, Robert will come back. Moving on to 7C, discussion regarding the LCAP.
Bring back down to page 7. So this is, as we typically do in a board meeting, we have an LCAP bite. And this one is going to just take on a bit of a different flair. Because we have really kind of talked about our commitment to mathematics this year. And part of that commitment to mathematics has been to offer the board a quarterly report to kind of just get the board kind of some current awareness about where we stand in terms of mathematics and our mathematics plan in the district. So we're gonna start with, yes, I'm in love with Canva and I started all my presentations in Canva. So this is, again, math plan SUESD fall quarterly report.
Carla, would you close the door? It is pretty
Thank
full.
you.
Yeah.
My feet were getting cold.
Thank you.
There we go.
Right, so first slide, background. Why are we talking about math? We're talking about math for a lot of reasons, but the first and most important reason that we're talking about math is because mathematics is a civil right. And you cannot exist in the world without really being math literate. And so that's the first most important thing. The second most important thing is that math is happening all around us every minute of every day. And one of the things that we do know is that our students don't understand that math is in their lives every moment of every day. And it has real world context and consequences if we don't really understand mathematics and principles behind it. And the third, we want our students to be doing better in math. And statewide is the same is true, district-wide, the same is true, countywide, same is true, and our nation, same is true. So our journey. Last week, I think I shared with you in the Friday report, or maybe it was the Friday report before, just kind of our math journey, starting from the math framework as it was released in 2023, and building into our relationship with our County Office of Education and their math leadership initiative, and then kind of that distilling down into our work with our PEBC coach, which is a multi-year relationship. And we started 2 separate plans in that during that relationship origination, and that was a plan for elementary and a plan for middle school. We do have different plans for both of those teams, but our leadership team exists as a whole, and our coaching time exists together this year. So we've really kind of built that in as a commitment, and mostly because we want to have very clear vertical articulation from elementary to middle school and middle school to high school. And so we have really kind of decided, look, this is not just an elementary gets to talk about elementary math and middle school gets to talk about middle school math, but as a SUESD community, what does math mean to us and what are we going to do? And this year they came up with kind of some 3 big ideas. And that's kind of that little bubble to the bottom right-hand side, and all of the resources around those ideas. And I'm going to talk about those a little bit more in just a second. From these, we're going to be looking at different kinds of data. That's that little kind of yellowish orange one in the close to the bottom of the left-hand side. And we're going to really closely monitor that data to say, like, are we getting at the results that we've decided we want? And we set some results in terms of some data points in our math plan at the beginning of this year. And then looking at, well, when can we start to look at some curriculum that will kind of match the new framework? And when can we pilot it? Who are a pilot group B? So that's kind of been our math journey. And each one of those little clouds has a link that you can click to the full plan that was created for that. This is the current data, and this data is the newest information that we have with regard to math, and that's the baseline data for mathematics for our students this year. And so we can see that this is iReady data. So the dark green and the light green are students who have already mastered the grade level standards. So they're going into the grade level. They know where they know math. They're where they're supposed to be. The yellow block is where they're within the grade level, and so those are the students that we want to have in the green by the end of the year. So we're targeting our instruction to number 1, take a look at the students that are in that yellow band right there, because they're all the ones within reach, right? And we want to make sure we get them to the next level, but also 2, take a look at the students that are in the red, because if they're more than 1 grade level behind next year, they don't catch up without intention, right? And so we're going to talk about some of that intentionality. These are the big 3 that we landed on this year. Math fluency practice daily. That is something that we have been hearing anecdotally over time, that kind of rote skill of knowing math quickly, or those math facts quickly, has not been necessarily a focus of the mathematics standards, but it's a new it is a growing concern, because in order to understand larger mathematical concepts, if you're getting stuck in the small stuff and you don't have number sense, you can't really get your head around that bigger stuff. So we're really doubling down on that math fluency. And what that might look like, just in kind of layman's terms, is, remember when we used to do math facts and multiplication facts, and we used to do them quickly? That was a lost art over a few years. And that's something that we just know we need to bring back. And we're not alone in that. The 60 minutes of math instruction daily, and that means 60 minutes no matter what the day is. So if it's a Friday and kids are released early, that doesn't mean that we get to not do math, right? It means that if I'm going to make some choices about my instruction that day and math isn't included, I can't lose those minutes of math. I have to include those in other days. And so what that can look like is 75 minutes of math, 4 days a week. It can look like, different math blocks during the Monday. Like maybe I'm doing math integrated in my science journaling. Maybe I'm doing, math that's related to something else, but it has to be 60 minutes of direct instruction in math daily. In fact, I'm just going to say anecdotally, Scott and I were able to go visit Main Street today, and our intention for these specific visits is to view math classes and math instruction. And we left saying, if we went to look for math instruction, boy, did we find it. I mean, we found 3 superior models, quality math instruction.
Across the grades.
All across the grades. First, third, and fifth. It was amazing.
Can I ask about math fluency practice?
Yeah.
So like I hear learning your multiplication tables, and then I don't know, memorization, there's so many ways to do it. So when I was a kid, it was like, here's the numbers, go memorize them.
Yeah.
Like, how are we doing that different?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what we were able to do is, and one of the resources that's embedded in that little cloud graphic is a TK through 8th grade math fact fluency set of lessons. And so it actually will be like a video of how to do it. And then there's also a link to how, like, the worksheets or the visual display that would go along with that fluency. So you can see what it looks like for every single grade. So it's not just like multiplication, and we always do that in 3rd grade. It's looking like I can count by 2s in 1st grade. I can count by 5s, by the time I leave 1st grade. The counting by is one of those other fluency methodologies, or just knowing the difference of, like, if I know division, I know multiplication. If I know subtraction, I know addition. So really kind of trying to build that mental muscle for students to be able to say, like, if I know this way of doing things, if I do it backwards, I know this way of doing things, and really building that quick modality in between. So I don't know if that's helpful.
Yeah.
Yes.
How do we address the fact, is there a way to teach the parents? And that's, so one of the things that I came up across a lot with both my kids in elementary and middle school is them coming to me, not understanding a multiplication or something like that. And me showing them by going, okay, here's these 2 numbers, you write right underneath them these 2 numbers, and then a line, and then you multiply this way and this way.
That's not how we do it.
Yeah.
And my kid's like, Dad, that's wrong.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned that, and I want to address that because we actually saw that today. And I'm going to tell you why being in classrooms matters so much. There is a way of doing long division that is an expectation in 6th grade. There's a building model for that in 5th grade, where the numbers of the dividend are factored. So let's say the number is 152. You take 100 and then you take 50 and then you take 2, and then you look for how to break those into factors. So that helps you understand, oh, this is 100s, this is to the 100s. This is to the 10s. This is to the 1s. This is how I know numbers make sense. And when I add up the ways that I figured out the factorization of these 3 simpler numbers, or what the student called today friendly numbers, then it's really easy for me to understand how to do this big number, right? And so it's like you said, that's not the way I learned to do long division. It's a completely different way. When a 5th grader explained it to me in her words today, I was like, amazed by it, but also thinking their parents weren't necessarily taught that way. There is a section of our math curriculum that has a letter to parents. And I don't know if any of you have actually seen it, but it actually says, this is what the homework's going to be, and this is how to explain it. It's not perfect. And I don't expect that every parent reads that page. But they do exist. I do think there's room for more development for families to understand, like by grade level, what the expectations are and how to support it at home. I will also say that Khan Academy is the savior of many families in that, because it does create some free spaces for lessons for parents and kids. So, but parents don't always know about that unless we tell them. Yeah.
That's exactly right. Yeah, I found myself Googling how to do things like till all hours of the night, just because I wanted to be able to be a resource. And I gotta believe that there are numerous parents that feel the same way, that they want to be able to be a resource for their kids. They just don't know how. You know, maybe there's a way we can, like you said, hand out or do something to reach them, to give them a tool so they can take an hour and study something and try to understand it, teach their kids.
I couldn't agree more. And I do think that parents are more apt to read to their kids or listen to their kids read than they are to do, you know, some of these more complex math things. Yeah. So the 60 minutes of math instruction daily, and then the number talks and the academic conversations. And so we've started that. We started that last year with some of our teachers attending the SUESD training. I did a session in the PD, the afternoon of the PD. And this is a book that all of our K through third grade teachers got after they left my session. And that's really how to have strong academic discourse and academic conversations for kindergarten through third graders. Because sometimes it's like, can kindergartners do that? Well, of course they can. They love to explain their thinking. We just have to teach them how to do it in a structured way so that they can continue to grow from it. And so I'm just going to give one more plug out to Jeff Swears. He's going to be at SoCal Elementary tomorrow doing model lessons with our teachers.
Wow.
So we're really doubling down. Like we said, like this is a goal, we're doubling down. Our district teachers are the highest level of participation among any of the districts in our county. And that's because we're really serious, because we know that this is something that works. So we went from, you know, number talks, something we were familiar with, to really growing that to, it's not just number talks that a teacher is doing and guiding kids through, but it's their talks about their thinking about mathematics. And so I think we think that with those three things, we're going to see some really big changes.
Has it always been 60 minutes of math instruction a day?
The state has no minimum. You could teach 1 minute.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Only thing it has minimum number of minutes is for physical education.
Uh-huh.
200 minutes every 2 weeks.
Yep.
Wow.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
So yeah, so because of that, like there, you know, I think there's a school of thought is like, well, we're going to teach for as many as we want. Well, yeah, yes. And in order for instruction to be meaningful and for us to make progress, you have to set the total minutes, set the number of minutes. 60 minutes is our minutes.
And for our elementary students, so obviously the middle school has like very specific classes that they're going to. How much does that fluctuate in a week of when the teacher is like, okay, now we're going to do math and we're going to do 75 minutes today, but we're going to do 50 tomorrow?
Yeah, well, it's dependent on grade also. Because like if you're a K teacher, there is no child that's going to be with you for 60 minutes of math at one time, right? I mean, if they can do that, I mean, wow. But they can. So it's going to look different, right? And so, you know, what you would see in practice is you'd see like, you know, we're going to do 15 minutes of this and we're going to do 15 minutes of this and we're going to do 15 minutes of this because that's how long my attention span is. At the middle school level, obviously they're going to be there for a whole lot, right? And so you can see some of those changes based on like the developmental capacity of the students and what's appropriate. But also you can see the integration of mathematics in other areas, and we don't necessarily count that in the 60 minutes. But the expectation is for us to really think about like math does touch other subjects. It touches history very clearly, it touches science very clearly, you know, so it's like really kind of trying to like, when we're doing it intentionally, say out loud, oh my gosh, there's math there, right? And thinking about, you know, when I'm looking at a period of history, it's important for me to understand temporal like relationships, right? And so, oh my gosh, that's math, you know.
And then how do the teachers track that? Like how onerous is it? Is it part of their weekly lesson planning that it's like just cognizant of the 60 minutes, or is it like?
Posted. They post it. So like when we go into math classes, we see where it's posted, we see the number of minutes. And in fact, we went to a class today that had 75 minutes. The minimum expectation is 60. This class had 75. We were like, woo! But that's, you know, something that we're looking for. So, you know, we see very strong evidence. And they're really, for these three things, teachers have been like completely like, yeah, like we want, this makes sense to us. So, yeah. I'm trying. I'm really loving the look of my slides. So what does leadership look like without us really trying to set the model and the tone for mathematics as an area of focus? It can't really go anywhere. So we do have a math leadership team. Our math leadership team is actually quite large. It is a K-8 team. And we do professional learning together. We do our learning lab walks together. We create our plans together. We, Scott and I attend with all of the principals, all of those leadership math meetings. Our coach attends with us most of the meetings, and she makes sure that our planning is on point. Our next kind of set of business as a math leadership team is to take a look at our relationship that we're growing with Live Oak, because they're coming into our classrooms next time to watch model lessons at New Brighton with Kristen Rinaldi. The goal is for us to see our classrooms, but also other classrooms, and build, you know, kind of that math leadership between the two districts, because the more you see, the more you know. And so I'm really excited about that. The next thing that we're really kind of doubling down on is vertical teams. And so our Soquel Middle School, Soquel Union Elementary School District middle school team has been meeting with the Santa Cruz City Schools middle and high school team to talk about vertical articulation, like what skills do students need to be able to perform at high levels as they go into high school, and really set them up for success. And then also too, what did they get to hear that we're doing at our level, so that they're ready for our students. And then we're building our elementary to middle school team, and that will include 3 of our 5th grade teachers and all of our 6th, 7th, 8th grade teachers. And then we also have site administrative coaching support. So Candace McIsaacs and Melissa Roberts are going into our schools and working with our principals directly one-to-one, and looking at math instruction, and then looking at how to coach for strong math instruction. They're also helping them to do schedule audits. So like, how many minutes of math instruction is there? When is it in their day? When is it in their week? You know, looking for where there's, you know, some discrepancies, or where there's more, where there's less. And then they're building tools with our principals, and one of them is here. They have a walkthrough tool where they're actually looking for specific things in terms of, you know, what is a focus student, what is their experience, because that's where we kind of built our bridge with our coaches, but also like what does it look like in the context of math. And so they're kind of looking for those high leverage math instructional strategies while they're there. So that's been like really important. I know that our coaches, not our math coach, but our leadership coaches are really loving spending that one-to-one time with principals, because it's really helping them with their coaching prowess, and their reciprocal conversations with their educators. So that's been great. I know when I met with the 2 coaches 2 weeks ago, they were like, this is the best time I ever had. Because it's just that really focused work. And then our COE educational services team support. So ed services at the county level includes lots of different resources, 2 of whom I just talked about, the coaches. They also have their math specialists. They also have their assistant superintendent of ed services. And a lot of the training that they're doing for us, including the Jeff Swears training is free to us because of the grants that they have. So we're really, really lucky that we're not having to afford those heavy costs of trainers. So goes to next steps for us. I talked about the first one already, those math walks. Again, best day ever when you can go see great math instruction 3 different times in an hour. Professional development. So we started that back up again at our PD day. I've got another one that's coming this Friday, and it's just going to keep building from there. We have a book share. There's county book study. We have common resources that we've created for fluency practice, K through 8. We have a new adoption coming. And then, like I mentioned in my previous presentation, student math efficacy surveys. So we're going to be asking students how they feel about themselves as mathematicians. And now I have a math problem for you.
Right.
Okay, this is your math problem. I am a 3-digit number. My second digit is 3 times larger than my third digit. My digits sum to 5. What number am I? Give you just a couple seconds to try to think about it.
Are we writing it down? It's the quiz.
Oops, I just switched to the next slide on my screen, but not yours. All right. And the answer is 131. Yes. Yay.
Look, man.
Wow.
What is?
And the reason that I put that in there is that, math can be fun, right? Because it's a problem to figure out. It's like, I love math because it's like, when I get to the end of it, I feel so accomplished. And I think that that's not an overrated feeling. So, name of my presentation. Any questions?
I think that was the best slide presentation I've seen. Yes. Graphics were on point.
Those are fun. I have a super funny, just little presentation, amazing slides, very helpful. Did you say that the one number 2, our journey, the one with the bubbles?
Yeah.
Did you say there are links in there?
The one that I sent you in the board update, those links are live.
Gotcha.
The one in the presentation are not
Okay.
live because I didn't want
I'm like,
everybody in the world.
Yeah, I kept trying to click on it.
Thank you. No, we were doing the same thing, but I was
Yeah.
like, I swear I'd seen this before and click it. It's in the update. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for that clarification.
No, it's so helpful. I'm so appreciative for the energy that this district is putting forth into math.
Yeah.
Like, it's something that's so important to all of us, and this really highlights how much focus there is. I love the big 3. Like,
Me
sometimes
too.
I need a manageable,
napkin, yeah.
exactly, manageable, understandable list. I know it goes so much deeper than that, but I think that's helpful for everyone. Like, I got 3 things in my pocket. They're always with me and at the front of my mind every day. So this has been really helpful to hear all of it. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Good, thank you.
I was going to say one last thing. One thing my kids always said about math is, when am I ever going to need it? When am I ever going to need that? When am I ever going to need that? I've got a calculator. I've got this, got that. Do we do it? And this brings me back to something Amanda and I have talked about quite a bit, is that job tree we saw at a thing a long time ago. And I was wondering if you guys, I'd love to, I'm going to actually put it on my notes for put it up on a discussion coming up to add that in somehow, because I thought it was so great when we saw it. But is there a way that we relate math to real life or jobs and career and things like that, so they don't think that after 12th grade, math just disappears from our life completely?
Well, I think
Except for the CBO.
I do math every day.
Right.
Scott doesn't, you do math every
Right,
day. Like,
for
we
sure.
all do math every day. I think it's a really good question, because part of the new math framework is the third component is called social justice. And social justice means, like, how does that touch me in my life? So that is relevant to, like, a real world problem. Like, if we have 40% of our community in low economic status, I'm impacted by that. Like, what would I do to solve a problem for that in my community? And how could a job that I have in my future impact that? Right? Because those are the things that the framework is calling us to do as educators, is to say, well, this is how math impacts you right now. This is how you can impact the world today and after today, based on the fact that math is important. Right? So I think that the framework is building all of that in naturally, and something that I think we can continue to just draw out explicitly. I know my ex-husband was a Navy diver and an underwater demolition diver, and he used to go to the middle school and talk to the kid like, if you don't think math is important, you're gonna blow off your hand. You know, so
Yeah.
you know, like, and there is something about that that is like fancy, right? Like, oh my gosh, you get to do this amazing thing blowing stuff up, and if I don't know math, I am gonna blow myself up. Yes, you are. So I mean, I think there is something about that that we need to be more explicit about.
Also,
I
think
love
you,
that.
you heard from SEA, not from us, of all the great things going on next week with College and Career Week.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I think our teachers naturally like, hey, we just heard this presentation and how does that apply to us? And math is gonna come out of that. So the fact that College and Career is being emphasized will naturally lead to a lot of that.
Yeah, and like the top 5 paid professions are all some version of an engineer.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, great question.
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation. All right, report on inter-district and intra-district transfers for the 25-26 school year.
Right. Well, we'll dig into the numbers, but I'll just start with a little overview. It's always really important. Never more so than now, given the earlier discussion we had and the impact of enrollment and then just thinking about that in context of potentially being basic aid, never taking an approach, you know, that it's all about the spreadsheet or just the money. But it is an interesting time to be thinking about this and what our approach on transfers may or may not be moving forward. So just kind of wanted to tie that together with our previous item. And so this is our annual report on transfers, of inter-district and intra-district transfers. I know you all know this, but inter-district transfers are ones that come between districts, and intra are the ones who move within our own schools. And so this year we had 193 students transfer from other districts and transfer in from other districts, and 234 students who live within our boundaries transfer out. And this is the tough part to say, but let's just say it. That's a net loss of 41 students. Big shift from last year where we had a small net gain on those numbers. Each student transferring out represents in the neighborhood of $8,500 in lost revenue if we want to look at it, you know, from that bottom line perspective. So we do monitor the numbers carefully. Families give reasons for transferring out, and they're mostly practical ones: continuing attendance with current friends, childcare needs, proximity to parents' workplace, transportation challenges. For those coming in, programs like dual language immersion at SoCal, SAGE program at Santa Cruz Gardens. Couldn't have had a more clear example of a singular granule from one of the parents who shared her example tonight. They've helped attract and retain families who might otherwise go elsewhere. And of course, the numbers only tell part of the story. We try to meet with families individually when they may not understand some of the offerings we have in our district. But I guess bottom line, there's a lot of logistics, family logistics that go into these decisions. And I guess I feel it's very important to say that when you comb through all of them, we shouldn't jump to a conclusion that it's because of dissatisfaction with our schools. And with that, I'll take questions, thoughts, comments.
I have a question on the complete current school year. So that means that
Yeah.
last year they were someplace else and they're choosing to stay there.
Not necessarily. Board president had that question too. And I spoke with Jen about this just to make sure that I was thinking about it the same way. And of course, I should say what an amazing job Jen does in doing all this. It is a very complex job. I know I've said it before, but I think we don't always get them back super fast from when we're working with interdistrict transfers and in our district. I can confidently say they always get processed really fast. And so I lean on Jen a lot to think through these matters. And that one's not the best worded option on the form. So on the form, it says to continue in this school year, or there's a second part.
Stay
to
with
that.
the class.
Stay with graduating.
Stay with the graduating.
And so, you know, a lot of work goes into that form. As a county, we work on that in our superintendent's group, and we updated it, I think, the year before last, but can always fine tune it, right? And so that wording maybe there could be another wording, but there's really nothing else for the long story short. There's nothing. So say my kids, I live here, and my kid's been going to a school in Pajaro Valley for 3 years. And I just want them to keep going. But in our county, we ask them to do this every year, so we can keep really close monitoring of it. There's nothing else for me to check for that. And so it may be a little bit of a misnomer, but that's a lot of continuing students for the typical family that just says, my kid's happy at their school, I want them to keep going.
And we don't know the original reason because we're not asking that, and we just don't have it.
They're just at this point that they're just maintaining status quo.
I mean, some
Anything
obvious
to add?
reasons are they might
I
live
would
somewhere
add
and
that
then
there
move
are
into
a lot
our
of those
district.
students have maybe lived in a different district.
Yeah.
Started going to school there and now have moved into our district.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But they want their students to stay where they're established.
We see those both ways.
Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
we do.
Is homeschool hybrid curriculum?
Good question. It's that one's been a tough nut to crack.
I mean,
Because
it was a pretty small number.
well, but I think we had a really good model of a home-based learning program, you know, when we were basing that out of Opal Cliffs, which kind of scratches that itch. Like when we think about, besides good instruction, one of the reasons we added DLI, right, is that we didn't lose students
Right.
to districts that have those programs. And SAGE is a whole nother different kind of model that does that. And for a while, that box was kind of answered in that same way with the home-based learning model at Opal Cliffs. It's not Ocean Grove,
Ocean Alternative.
Ocean Alternative and Live Oak, it has been more established for a lot longer. And that's where a lot of those families go. It's kind of a hybrid. It's kind of what we wanted to end up after COVID.
Yeah.
The model at Opal Cliffs to be is home-based, but you still come in sometimes for interactive socially and science collaboration and everything. But we lost attendance on that, couldn't really maintain it anymore. And then I think the one at Live Oak just has a little more traction and has families that have passed the word on to other similar kind of families who are looking for that kind of experience. And yeah, but we do lose families to that.
Any guesses at that big difference between like a gain of 14 last year and down 41? I'm sure that's the $1 million,
Yeah.
quite $1 million question.
For sure. I think it's hard when you think about, you know, how many students continue, right? And then also how many families have siblings, right? Like that, those are almost automatic slam dunks. And how those are going to come in any one year, you know, is not easy to draw an easy like solution, like something that we can act on. You know, so I don't want to say just the numbers, but there is some element of that. You know, when you parse into TK more, you know, that's the entry point. And so that's maybe a little, you know, more direct question to ask. And, you know, if there's an elephant in the room with that, because we always try to be transparent, good, bad, and ugly, is, you know, we do have families that go to Mountain. And, you know, in the time that I've been here, we've really tried to take a nuanced approach with that. Like it's a sister district. We care about all the districts in our county. I hate losing TK students. I have a great working relationship with the superintendent there. So we try to find a middle ground where we let some students go, but we don't let everybody who wants to go. And it's, that those entry-level students thinking as an LCFF district as that we are right now, losing those TK students, especially to a neighboring school district is always a challenge. But I do want to represent to the board that we don't just say, go if you want to go, and we don't just say you can't go. We try to take a balanced approach in the middle and maintain that positive rapport with our sister school district, while at the same time protecting the numbers in our district.
Can we go over the intra-district transfer just
Well,
real briefly so I can
We're not
understand?
there yet. Aren't we still in?
You're gonna ask me anything about this item?
It's all next to it. It's just right below it. It's the same conversation, I thought.
Oh, is it?
But I'll do
Okay.
whatever you want.
Inters and inters are all
Well,
part.
maybe I could just get my question since it's the same, and then we can jump to your question on the next one. The childcare? 6, 5, 6, 10. Do we understand?
To
some
some
of the
degree,
dynamic of that?
yeah, I'll give you some context for that. I'll ask Jen if she can add anything, to please do so. So often that is not like what we think of as institutional childcare, like CKC or something, right? And so often it is, even though I live in this little part of your district, I'm just going to use like a random example. My sister's cousin lives, who I trust to care for my child, lives right next to Green Acres School.
Mm.
And we often, I'll admit I didn't do as much of it this year. So that's a reflection point for me, but we often meet with those families and say, let's really map that out. Like, is it, because sometimes they'll say, well, it's close. And then when we meet with them, we'll see like they actually are, it's right on point. And sometimes it's like, oh, I wonder if they're saying that as a way to just get to a school that they think they want to go to more than ours, right? So we kind of try to tease that out a little bit. And then, there's different reasons, maybe under the surface sometimes that exist, and we try to kind of tease those out. But most direct answer to your question is that it's often like a really convenient, I get up and go to work at 4 a.m. and it's only my sister's cousin that can come and pick up my child, and they're not going to do it if they have to drive across town to your district. They'll do it. They can just bring them back to their house.
And then that's another big category, but maybe that's so varied.
The others are all listed in the graphs down below.
Thanks.
Anything you would add to the childcare?
I would say there weren't a lot of, this year we did not have new transfers with the childcare, and those are all like continuing, and they'll just continue to keep that as their reason because that was their reason for the original transfer.
And we never turn those down. We never say you've been going there 3 years, now we're taking you back.
And it is a lot of like, my sister doesn't drive and she watches my child and lives next to this school. But we did not really have new childcare transfers for the students this year.
That's a good clarification. Thank you. Intro.
And sorry, Robert, you want to take it away?
No, I was just kind of making sure I'm reading this right. So like when you're looking for district transfer agreements and I kind of in my head am relating this to earlier conversations we had today. So like, for example, Main Street, the School of Residence, the way you read this is Main Street lost 45 students, yet gained 26. So it's a net 19 students lost for Main Street. Is that how I'm reading this according to this graph?
Yeah, because just to follow that and extrapolate on it a little is right. That you're looking at the students who have a school of residence at Main Street. 15 went to Santa Cruz Gardens, 30 went to Soquel.
Right,
That's
so
why you got the
45
45, right?
loss.
And then if you go down this way at the other two schools, then
Right, which is 26. So like net whatever 19.
That is correct. I think the only kind of little extra I would say to that is like we don't think about it as a loss quite in the same way we would inter-district, right? Because of the fund. I know you're not saying that, but just for full clarification. Yeah.
So how is that however many 15, however many parents can move their kids from one school to another, and is that something we can look at, like opportunities to move kids to, say, a school that might have less kids?
Well, I think it's a great question. And the best answer I can give is one word, sage. And, from a really organic place, somewhat pun intended, right? With the environmental literacy focus and everything, like that's something not only did the school want to do because they believe in that environmental literacy and, teaching all the subjects through that lens, but it's a definitive program that draws families that really value that too. And so it happens as a byproduct of a program that the school already really believes in. It attracts families, right? And we heard that as an example of an inter-district family, but it also happens on an intra-district level. And then we have that same flow for our DLI program at SoCal.
So, I mean, just going by this, like 14 kids left Main Street and 14 kids moved over from the other schools to Santa Cruz Gardens.
And some of those have been going, like when you go down the grade levels, it's not like 14 new ones went.
No, right, but 14 kids from Main Street, not necessarily from Main Street, but from Main Street and SoCal. It's a net gain for Santa Cruz Gardens of 14 kids.
Yeah.
Is that are we seeing that trend over the years where people are moving to certain schools or something like that? Or is that
since SAGE has been established, we've definitely seen like definitive examples on the form that says, I want to move because of SAGE. And then SoCal L also, I want to move because of DLI. Most of the students in DLI come from SoCal, and that was one of the reasons for putting the program there, but we do get intra-district transfers there. But I don't want to misrepresent that that's a huge, large number.
No, it's phenomenal. That's great. Yeah.
It's kind of working the way it's supposed to work. Thanks to the great staff there.
Yeah, for sure.
Of the 41 net outs, do we know if there's a elementary school that is driving that this year, or was it pretty equally distributed across in terms of comparison to last year, right?
The best way I can answer that is really to go back to that, like focus on TKK, especially TK, like the entry level into schools. Because once they're continuing, then it just falls into that bucket of continuing and wherever that's the school they happen to have been going. But I think, full transparency, like that losing TK as being the one that kind of hurts the most because we know they're probably going to be gone forever. It's Mountain School.
But was it one of our specific, like, was Main Street the one that lost more TK? Or was it pretty even across all three of them?
So if you look, Main Street lost 6 TK students. Santa Cruz Gardens lost 4, and SoCal lost 5.
That's not anywhere near the 41, so there's something else.
Well, no, I would think she was just accentuating the TK that I had.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to get at what year over year, what's driving the 41?
So
like, is there a specific school that's most driving?
I bet Jen has some stuff to add to this too, but I'll start is some of it is carryover, right? So before we had a DLI program, De La Viega and Santa Cruz City schools, and then the program in Live Oak, like we had to let them go. And some of those students are now continuing. So it would be those 2 schools. I forget if it's Live Oak or Green Acres that has
Live Oak.
Live Oak and De La Viega. So those would be a couple, because of the programs they have. And then Ocean Alternative would be another one because where the DLI program is a program that they had and we didn't have. Now we've stemmed that tide, but there's still continuing students in that model. And then the home-based learning kind of model would be the other one at Ocean Alternative. And then Mountain for the early entry TK kind of students. Those are the ones that come to mind off the top. Anything else?
The one thing that I noticed this will be my 3rd summer of doing transfers. Last summer was my 3rd summer of doing transfers. One thing that was markedly different was that right 2 to 3 weeks before school started, we suddenly had a rush of families coming in to do transfers who have been at other districts, are now, you know, varying grades, but had been for years at other districts. And the other district is telling them, you moved, you have to go to a transfer. There was a big push from a couple of districts targeting families who had moved into our district. And I'm not just specifically our district, I'm sure every district, every family had moved.
Might have been some catch up.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. There was, I mean, it was multiple people a day.
That's a really good point, Jim, because like that's a number that's kind of hard to account for, right? And no criticism of other districts, everybody's working hard, but it's one of the reasons I start off by saying, what an admirable job that Jim does managing it all, because it's not an easy job, and often in districts it kind of gets moved around to different people, and can get lost in the shuffle. So you might have somebody that's moved to our district and has been attending those schools and hasn't done a transfer for 2 or 3 years. And it sounds like that kind of catch up was happening. So that can kind of skew the numbers a little bit too. Not trying to make excuses, but there's a lot of variables to this.
I was gonna say, I mean, along those lines now, looking again at the chart at the bottom of the inner district page with the blue on top, like looking at the ins and outs. Okay, like we've been in the 200s, and it was 242 last year of students in, now it's 193, and we had 228 out last year, and that's now we're 234. That's not a big difference. The big difference is in the ins. Is that possibly because other districts are clamping down and are less likely to approve transfers, or am I just?
It could be. It could, yeah. Yeah, it could be.
So it's at the district's discretion.
Yes. And just like you all have experienced, if it's denied, they can appeal. Right.
Yes.
Right. So if someone in the neighboring district's like, okay, my child care provider lives right next to SoCal Elementary, I want my child to go there. But if say city school says no.
Yep. And interesting thing about city schools is they're split into 2 districts. They're very unique that way. The elementary district is basic aid. So going back to a discussion we had last night, from a fiscal perspective, there's no incentive for them to try to stop students moving out or to encourage students to move in. One of the many idiosyncrasies of this whole process.
I so appreciate how much information you pull together, and Scott, that you get and present for us, because in the many years past, we just didn't this much information about families' reasons. I think that's probably a very sensitive conversation. You can only get as much information as you can get, but it's really helpful having more information than we used to about why.
Walker.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. All right.
I don't think I have anything I know.
All right. Okay.
Everyone.
Yeah.
You too.
All right, moving on to discussion regarding board policy 6142.91, reading language arts instruction.
Great, well, thank you. I'm happy to bring this item forward for discussion and first reading. This is an existing board policy with just a couple of changes. The first of which is to in the top paragraph, communication skills. It's been extrapolated to include what type of communication skills, and that would include listening, speaking, and composition, and those are obviously standards in English language arts that we have. The other addition is further down the page, and it is about the screener for the risk of reading difficulties, and I've brought this item forward to the board a few times, and this is our multitudes addition, and that is the reading screener that we are training our teachers to administer. They will be administering it in November. So this talks about what every school district has to have, how they have to communicate with their parents regarding that screener. The notification also includes the notification to teachers and training of teachers to properly administer it. So Because it is now a state law, it is included in the recommendations for change in this board policy. So I would just ask that the board acknowledge that we do have a reading screener that we have purchased, and that we have done a little bit of training too. We did one training the end of last year, one additional training over the summer, and we will do another training before the administration in November. That's what this board policy includes.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments?
So we've already done the adopting at a public meeting.
Yeah.
More screening instruments.
Yeah, that was done last spring.
Once again, we're ahead of the game.
Yes, yes.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Discussion regarding board policy 1312.3 uniform complaint procedures.
So we're using red now, and there's a lot of red.
The red helps.
Good.
It
That was
helps
the
me.
hypothesis.
Thank you.
Yeah. So couple of things, you'll see some things that are usually tied to high school here, like the adult program. Usually we would take those out. UCP is something that we want to be so careful about. Intentionally just left it as recommended by CSBA. Worst case scenario, it never applies to us, but it doesn't hurt us. So you might have seen that, and in this case, it was intentional. Every once in a while, we miss one of those that we mean to take out, but in this case, it was intentional. So just a little heads up on that. Obviously, the uniform complaint procedures are extremely important for any agency, including school district. And staying current on them allows us to make sure that our public has the proper procedure in which to to file those if they have a concern. And so where to start? So it gets changed a lot. This policy gets updated a lot. I feel like we bring it back every year or so. So just if you feel like you've seen it before, you have. And this time around, it's mainly to just get up to date with new state and federal laws, especially Senate Bill 1137, which now says that discrimination can occur not only because of one protected characteristic, like race or gender, but also because of a combination of factors. And also it expands and clarifies what kinds of characteristics are protected under the law. Another update, this one tied to Assembly Bill 3074, adds a new area, complaints related to school or athletic team names, mascots, or nicknames now must go through the UCP process. And I'll just say it, I don't want to start anything, but I'll say it, is the name Vikings has certainly been something that has been thought of before. So if that were to ever be something that is considered, it would not go through the UCP process if somebody had a concern about that. We've also updated the policy to reflect changes in federal law regarding Title IX. So this one is complicated, but a recent court decision temporarily reverted Title IX enforcement back to 2020 regulations. So this version clarifies which rules apply depending on when the conduct occurred. You want to think how intense and complex investigations are, and then having to think about, okay, which rules applied at which time. It definitely adds a layer, but this update to the policy will make sure that that's all codified. The CDE, the California Department of Education, now includes instructional materials and curriculum diversity as a category monitored under UCP as well. So those, a lot of red. That's a summary of the changes.
Great. Questions or comments?
I think maybe I see a place where the same thing is listed twice.
Oh, okay.
I think it may be on the very first page.
Okay.
I think what's on number 3 in red is exactly the same as what's in 2 in red.
Oh, okay. Yep. Good catch.
That's all.
Thank you.
The red helps.
See, there you go.
It's
already
over the
pretty valuable.
weekend, but I saw it now, so. I am optimistic that when all of the strike through language is removed.
Mhm.
And this looks more like kind of
Yeah.
a cohesive list, like here are all of the things that fall within. I like that. I think it's gonna be a little easier for folks to understand.
For sure.
Like the whole goal of the UCP should be like, we really want people to understand. Where do I go? What do I do? What falls within it? And something that's as wordy as the prior policy makes it
Yeah.
much more difficult.
Good
So
point.
it's a good like language, or language access improvement. No other questions though.
All right, I think that's it.
And see if there's anything on email. Nothing on.
All right, moving on to action items. Consider adopting the resolution to utilize sole sourcing procurement method.
Yeah, so what this does is allow the district to choose a vendor that is capable of providing a specific product or service that best meets district's needs across the board. So what this resolution will allow us to do is create standards for certain items and equipment in order to maintain uniformity and consistency throughout our district. And this is something that's usually common when there is a bond. So that way it makes it a little bit easier to make sure that whenever we're doing like say modernization, fields, so what have you, that we're able to have the same type of products everywhere. And it's not, so we're not doing something at one site, like say, we'll just use field as an example, not using a certain turf at one site, but then something totally different at another site, just because we had to go with a vendor that bid differently or what have you. And of course, we're always going to be looking at price. That's something that we really hone in on, the business department, and it's just taking all that stuff into consideration. But the most important thing is to make sure that we have the uniformity across the district.
I think as long as we can still get that same product from multiple sources, you know what I mean? I wouldn't want to be locked into one person and know that they have us over a barrel.
No, absolutely. Yeah. And we take everything into consideration. So we wouldn't just be deciding like, just quickly, oh yeah, we're just gonna go with this person. It's, yeah, it would definitely take consideration, review and so forth. So something would definitely. And then we always have Pam with pricing that she does amazing on that.
Gotcha. So it's the same type, not the same company that we're using. We wouldn't go to the same source, just any
Yeah,
source that can provide that same type of.
yeah, and it would, yeah, so I mean, yeah.
Okay.
To make sure, yeah, everything's uniform.
Great.
So like the scoreboard, for example, that's listed, like there are multiple places to get that.
Yes.
Great.
Right.
Competition, good.
Right, 100%. We're not excluding anybody from the bidding process that way.
No.
Okay.
And quite frankly, with like a sole sourcing, we definitely wouldn't have to go out for bidding if this is approved. But the district will also make sure that we're looking at the best price. And it's really to make sure that we have that uniformity across the district. Where sometimes if we have to go out for bidding, we may get, a vendor or something that comes in with a lower bid, and for one project and another project, it's another company and they're not using the same product. So this is just to ensure that the district is able to monitor that.
And how will we be informed, and hence at a board meeting, the public, the transparency of that? I just want to make sure of like, if a decision's made, that it goes out so nobody can say there's collusion or something like that.
Yes. So we always share, who we picked and so forth.
Why?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's only the shade structures and the scoreboard.
Yeah, and it could, anything else that may fall in that realm, it could be various things. So just kind of like the smaller projects and so forth stuff, just to make it a little bit easier for the district.
So is it the turf?
That was just an example. It probably wouldn't be the turf, but
Okay.
like scoreboard's a little different and stuff like that.
And that's, I'm trying to get a scale of scope.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'd be more of the projects that aren't as large. So like she mentioned scoreboard, for
Right.
instance, it's part of a project, but that in itself would be another company usually that we would purchase that from and then have it installed. So things like that, the smaller scopes.
The resolution that only names two things.
Okay, let me go back to that.
Right there. It names the shade structures and the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's why I was asking about.
Okay, so I see, sorry. So this is for our first phase. So if we decide to do this in our second phase, we'll bring another resolution back. Sorry. Clarification, because our first phase is fields and modernization, or fields and shade structures, amphitheaters, so those types of things. So that's where this fits in. Sorry.
So the only things in that first phase, I'm sorry, the only things in that first phase, out of all the hundreds of things that we're doing, the only two things that would be effective by sole sourcing is the shades and the scoreboards.
Yes, what's mentioned in here, yes.
Okay, and if for second phase or anything else, you would come back to us and, oh,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
All right, if there's no other questions, this is an action item.
I'd love to make a motion. If that's about to approve the resolution to utilize sole sourcing procurement method.
A second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The resolutions.
Roll
Oh,
call.
sorry.
Trustee Edmondson,
Aye.
trustee Gray,
Aye.
trustee Jackson Miller,
Aye.
trustee Dickinson.
Aye. We're present.
That's good. Okay, consider adopting donations from the public and parent groups to support our district and programs.
I'll start with the first one on the list. And this is one I know Principal Broadhurst is really excited about. He got a nearly $10,000 donation from the Community Foundation of Santa Cruz County. Whoop, whoop.
Nice.
And it's going to put that directly to MAP intervention.
Wonderful.
Yes. All right, I'm up next with gratitude to Square One Art for a $2,088 donation towards art at Santa Cruz Gardens. Thank you.
Yeah, I got a couple of great ones too. The SoCal Elementary Home and School Club donating $33,000 for art teacher at SoCal Elementary. Another one from SoCal L Home School Club for almost $40,000 for a music teacher at SoCal L. Wow, that's awesome. New Brighton Middle School Home and School Club, my alma mater. I've got $1,400 for Boardwalk for the 8th grade. And also from the New Brighton Middle School Home and School Club, $3,000 for Homework Club.
Am I doing
Ariel,
that? Okay.
Community Foundation.
The Community Foundation of Santa Cruz County, $800 to SoCal L for the Rainbow Club, $500 to Santa Cruz Gardens for the Rainbow Club, and then $600 to Main Street for the Rainbow Club. And then also an additional $775 to New Brighton for QSA. I don't know what QSA is.
Straight on.
Clear straight on.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
Straight on. So
Yeah.
thank you, Community Foundation.
Yeah.
I had one more that I didn't catch yet, which is to Santa Cruz Gardens Home and School Club for $2,040 donation towards science camp. So thank you to the Gardens.
All right, should we do a big round of applause for all our donors? All right, thank you. We're so grateful to all our community members who help us. All right,
That was an action item.
that was an action item. So would someone like to make a motion to accept?
I'd like
Okay.
to make a motion to accept the motion to consider accepting donations from the public parent groups to support SoCal Union Elementary School District sites and programs.
A second.
I'll second. Oh, she's got it.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you, everyone. Correspondence? Future agenda items?
Job tree.
Okay.
But you did hear all the good things happening for college and career week, right?
I'm just throwing it out
Just in a
there.
different format. but-
I know, but you see it, it resonated.
All right, may I have a motion of adjournment?
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
A second?
Second. Oh. Either one of us will second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you all.
Pass the TED rule tonight.